You know, there are a lot of people out there struggling these days with mental health. The suicide epidemic just continues to rise, especially in the veteran community. And they're at the top of that list. And that's my community. And man, it seems like no matter how much I try to shine a light on that or publicly explore different treatment options or things that might help, it just doesn't seem to be enough. And that's sad. But it doesn't mean I'm going to quit trying. And that's what this next episode, at least the back half, is all about. It is about a former Navy SEAL, his mental health struggles when he left active duty, actually even while he's in active duty, and what he's doing now to make a difference. And I think this is another one of those things that if it takes off, could very well be the answer to all this shit. So please pay attention. And I want to say one other thing. You know, this isn't a nonprofit, this is a for-profit, but the message is just incredible. And to get this thing going, he needs some big investors. And so if you're somebody listening to this show and you have deep pockets, then I suggest you head down to the description, look at Mindhealth. If you need a connection, hit me up. I'd be happy to make it. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a real honor to be able to interview and get to know this man. Please welcome former Navy SEAL, Mr. Johnny Wilson, to the Shawn Ryan Show. Hey, one last thing. This Mindhealth, it's not just for veterans. This is for everybody. It's a real problem, and this is a real solution. Check it out. Johnny Wilson, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks, brother. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, it's my pleasure. So we got connected through Eddie Gallagher.
That's right.
And Eddie called me up and told me, hey, you've got to meet this guy, Johnny Wilson. He's got this new tech coming out, and it is saving tons and tons of veterans' lives. You know, there's the big suicide epidemic happening within the veteran community.
Yep.
And so it took a long time for us to finally get to this point, but I love what you're doing, man. I really respect it. It's needed, and it's an honor to have you here.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
So we're going to dive into all of that. It'll be typical life stories, starting at childhood, going through your entire career, and what led you into INVI Mindhealth, which is the tech platform that monitors. Just brief one, like a 3-sentence snapshot before we get started.
Yeah. So we take biometric information from watches, voice, and it's basically predictive analytics. We tell you where you're trending in regards to your mind. Are you up? Are you down? No judgment. We give you a team swim buddy component to support you on this journey, because we isolate when we don't do good. Like, you and I are best friends. You reach out, you're going to say you're fine. And I know you're lying, but I don't know how to help you. So the whole premise is for us to try to take advantage of technology to help with mental health. Man,
that is really unique. I can't wait to get into that. But let me give you an introduction here real quick. So, Johnny Wilson, you're a former Navy SEAL. You're a family man. You've been married to the same woman for 20 years. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
That never happens, especially in the SEAL teams.
Yeah.
You are a father of 5. You spent time at SEAL Team 4 and SEAL Team 10, multiple deployments to both Iraq and Afghanistan. You then became a successful equity trader. For who? Who was it?
That's a small company. You probably not heard of Goldman Sachs.
Yeah. And co-founder of the SEAL Future Foundation, which led you into your new venture, the founder of INVI Mindhealth, which we just spoke about recently, and your real passion now and mission is to put as big of a dent as you can into the veteran suicide epidemic.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. We got a lot to cover.
Let's do it.
But before we move on,
Yep.
got everybody gets a gift.
Sweet. Thank you. I can't
Have
come
to
returning.
open it. Oh, right on, man.
So that logo right there came to me in a psychedelic journey.
No kidding.
From Native American chief stuck it in my forehead. And if you look into what the feathers mean in the Native American tribes, it's for warriors, and the different paintings, the different colors signify if you've been wounded, if you've taken lives. So the red feather, a red dyed feather, means you've been wounded in combat. And I think we all, not just veterans, we've all been wounded. So
Yes, we have. That's very cool, man.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You got to open that.
okay.
You have to.
Yeah. Sweet.
So those are Laird Superfoods Performance Mushrooms,
Gummies.
and those are Vigilance Elite Gummies. Legal in all 50 states.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
there
man. I
go.
appreciate it. You got some stickers in here too?
Yeah, there's some stickers, but
Sweet.
yeah, I thought you might like that Laird Superfoods
All of it, dude. Thank
Performance Mushroom, since we're both how do you say it, dabbled in psychedelic treatment.
Yeah.
And both of us have received a lot of benefits, which we found out at breakfast this morning. So
That's right.
very cool. But so I'm going to start this interview off with a Patreon question. Patreon they're our top supporters. They're the reason I'm sitting here and the reason you're sitting here. So I always give them a opportunity to ask the guest a question. So this is from John Phillips, and it's very relevant to what we're going to be talking about. In reference to transforming mental health care for veterans, what is not being done that should be done?
God, there's so much there.
Yeah.
I think the easiest thing that we can all do, and it's not that easy, is change the conversation, right? So there's so much stigma around mental health right now, specifically men's, but veterans' mental health. We don't talk about what's going on. We're ashamed. The system pushes us down when we start talking about, hey, I'm not doing well, or we raise our hands. So we're taught from day one not to raise our hand. We got to break down that stigma. We got to change the conversation. We got to own it when we're not doing well, create a tribe around us that supports us, and then we can push forward. It's okay to suffer. Like we all, every single one of us, every single person on this planet has or will suffer mentally at some point. Lose a family member, a best friend, alcohol abuse, relationships, job loss. It doesn't matter. Let's talk about it. Period.
That's great, man. You know, it's the old excuse of the VA system not working. I mean, that's been out there forever. Everybody knows it.
Yep.
Everybody knows the VA sucks. They don't really do anything. They overprescribe. But, you know, because that came to light, all these there's so many other avenues out there, you know, and to veterans or anybody that's listening, but especially veterans, there are so many nonprofits and so many different avenues that you can go down to improve your state of mind, that the help's there. You don't have to go to the VA. You can go do psychedelic treatment. You can go to INVI Mindhealth. You can go, it would take all day to list 100%. All of the different nonprofits and organizations that have been set up to help with veteran mental health.
Yeah.
And so all it takes is a little bit of research, and somebody is willing to help you.
That's right.
You know?
And to your point this morning at breakfast, you're willing to help yourself, right? So I was in that mindset of blaming everybody at one point. It's this person's fault. It's this system's fault. And it just dawned on me. He's like, dude, it's not them, it's you. Like, if you want change, then go do something about it. Go take care of your own stuff. If you want to do it on a bigger scale, then great, create something. The VA has some really good people working there. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say, hey, the VA, I think it's challenged, I think it's overtaxed, I think it's constrained, 100%, but there's good people that want to do something about it. We're gonna try to figure out how to work with them because they are supporting tons and tons of veterans, largest mental health or largest medical system in the world. So we can't just, in my opinion, push them aside and say, you guys fucked it up.
Yeah.
I think what we need to do is like, okay, who are the advocates in there that are going to fight tooth and nail for what they believe in? Is it aligned with what we believe in? Let's go do it.
You know what? You're right. I should probably change my tune or attitude towards the VA. I stepped in there right when I left, around the 2015 timeframe, and was the typical story. And I never stepped foot in one again. So that's it. You're done.
Me too, by the way, for probably 5 years. So probably exact same story. I couldn't find freaking parking, right? I showed up an hour early, man. You know how we are.
Yeah.
We're going to show up early. Couldn't find parking. I had to park a mile away, walked into this VA, showed up, and I get basically talked down to by the receptionist for being late. I'm out.
My doctor came out in a dirty sweatpants suit.
Yeah.
And asked me why I didn't go to medical in the middle of an operation on an injury that I was talking about. And I said, you know what? Barely spoke English. I said, you know what? I don't need to be here anymore. Yeah. I'll pay for my own medical. Thank you. Fuck off. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And, but maybe they've improved.
There's some good folks there. I still think it's challenged, brother, to your point. And I mean, that's the whole idea for INVI. Let's create a system from trusted people, like folks from like us that have been through it, that have lived through it, and then let's go take it to them so they can figure out how to support dudes that isolate. I was one of them. I isolated in the mountains of Colorado, right? Like, I don't want to be around a VA, but maybe I still need services. Well, how do we support that dude? And majority of guys like us, you got a farm, you got land, we want our privacy, man. So how does a VA system support that? Why aren't we using technology? Hop on a telehealth call. Look at the dude's biometrics. Is the dude drinking his face off? We can tell. Like, let's go figure out how to support each other. Not stay back in 1960 where we have to go to these institutions, sit down, can't find parking. And I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm in the same mindset, but we're starting to reopen those conversations. I think we have to, so.
Good. Yeah. Well, we'll get more in the weeds on that. But, so... want to do a life story. You know, we always start at childhood. It's amazing to me how many people have dealt with childhood trauma, and the amount of people that this show has helped by opening up to that trauma is like incredible. So that's where we always start. So, anyways, I know you grew up in Fort Hood, Texas.
Yep.
Let's start there.
Yeah. So I don't remember much from that chapter. We were there for a few years, but my dad was Army. He was an MP in the Army. Met my mom before I came around. I think he was on a deployment to Panama, the country, not Panama City, guys and gals. But they met, and then they came back and had me. And we were there for about 2 years before we picked up and went back to Panama. He took a deployment there, and that's when I could start remembering a couple things here and there, right? Like, not much, but that was a cool experience in my life to live in a tropic area, to meet my mom's family. Like, I don't remember much. It's hazy, but I remember enough to know, like, okay, I'm a little different than everybody else, you know, in the sense that we're on the outskirts of the jungle, essentially, where my mom lives. There's no power. Her family was out there. She was one of 7.
So your mom's Panamanian?
She's Panamanian.
What time frame did they meet?
They met in
Is this like the Noriega
the 70s.
days?
Yeah. The 70s,
kidding.
yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. And then I came shortly after.
Right. So you lived in Panama too? I
did, yeah. And I didn't go back for a long time. I know we're jumping around here, but I went back when I was in high school. There was a couple. I mean, it was a cool experience, but I wanted to get back to my girlfriend, so I left early. But nevertheless, it was cool to see my uncles and my aunts. And I mean, just think, no power. There's no hot water. Or my mom's family, like, we're out there in the sticks. And I'm playing with this pig with my little sister. We don't speak Spanish. So everybody's, I'm drinking beers with my uncles at like 13 because no big deal. And we're playing with this pig. And next thing I know, my uncle comes out with a pistol and shoots it right in the head. And they start chopping this thing up and they throw it in a cauldron. It's like, oh, shit. I thought this was a pet pig. Oh, that's dinner. That was the first time. I was
Right
like,
in front of you?
and my sister was 5 years younger than me. She was like 6. She started crying. I'm like, oh,
Holy
shit. Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. But,
Damn.
but that's the early days. That was, my folks took me there for a few years. And there's some interesting, there's like one early memory that just still I sit with from Panama. And after that, we went to Maine. But it was my first vivid memory was we were, and I don't know how this fits in, maybe the spiritual stuff that we got into in plant medicine later. But I believe I should have died when I was a kid. We were on some cliffs. We were skirting some cliffs. And there's an outcrop over the ocean in Panama. And dude, I slipped. And I no shit was falling. I'm not, this is the clearest memory. I can still see it today. And I don't know how, dude, but I got picked up and put back on that rock.
What?
I was young. I remember it clear as day, dude.
Let's
I
just
was
go through
gone.
that whole experience. Well, so you...
We were at the beach, and where we were at, there was some jagged rocks and cliffs, and so we just went out there, and what I remember, and it's still, it's pretty clear for the most part, but I remember my dad, and we're just kind of walking through the cliffs, and nothing too sketchy. We're just kind of going around it and pretty high up. And I just slipped, and I start going backwards. And they talk about you get a flash, right before death. There's a flash. People that have near-death experiences, they witness this flash, and there's this ecstasy, and some say it's close to one of the plant medicines, 5-MeO, gives you this similar experience. There's been some research out of Michigan on it, but I saw that flash, and I didn't know what it was. But the next thing I know, I was back on that rock. And my dad was just kind of scooting along, didn't even notice it, and I just didn't think anything of it. I was just a kid. I was like, well, let's just keep going with my dad, and kind of mentioned it to him, but in his head, that's not logical, right? He probably just thought, oh, you almost slipped, got it. You fell a little bit, picked yourself up. But I was off that cliff, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, I don't know, divine intervention, God, higher power. That was my first experience with it.
What do you believe in? Are you Christian?
I believe in God.
Spiritual?
Yeah. So I grew up Catholic, and I lost my faith in the teams, if I'm being honest. And my mom's from Panama, so when I mean devout Christian Catholic, we were at church and I got dressed up. I had the suit and tie at 2, but when I came into the teams, I was immature, and we'll get into all this, I imagine. I just didn't know what was right, what was wrong, and quickly got lost in the mix, right? And I lost my faith.
So what do you...
I believe in God.
Where you're at today, what do you think that was on that cliff?
I believe God picked me up and put me back on there because there's still more to be done.
Wasn't your time.
Wasn't my time.
Man. Stuff like that is just... It can't be explained.
No.
And
I'm okay
just
with that.
Fascinates me.
Yeah.
I love hearing stuff like that. We've had several people come on and talk about out-of-body experiences in combat, and I just interviewed a man who studies out-of-body experiences. Fascinating interview.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I really want to get into the continuation of consciousness, life after death.
Yeah.
It's just something that's always... How could it not interest you?
Oh, yeah.
But so it didn't even register. It didn't register with anybody, just you.
No,
Wow.
I don't think anybody saw it.
Wow.
Just me.
Wow.
And try being a little kid, 3-4 years old, telling that to your dad, right? Your son right now. I know he's 2, but hey, Dad, I just was completely off this cliff, and you're just yeah, okay. Yeah, no, come on, we got to get going. We got to go to Chick-fil-A.
Man.
Yeah,
Wow. So then you moved to Maine.
yeah.
How old were you when you got to Maine?
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to ShawnLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. It's that time of year again where daylight savings time is about ready to start up, at least for most states. And the goal is to give us more daylight from March through November. By setting our clocks forward, it may feel like there are more hours in the day, but if you're hiring, it doesn't necessarily help you find qualified candidates for your role any sooner. There's only one way to do that, and that's ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. You see, ZipRecruiter works around the clock to find qualified candidates for you. Once you post your job on ZipRecruiter, they'll send it to 100+ job sites so that you reach more of the right people that fit the job you've posted. ZipRecruiter's smart technology also quickly scans thousands of resumes to identify people whose skills and experience match your job. Spring forward with a new hiring partner, ZipRecruiter, and find top talent sooner. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
So I was 5 at the time, and that's when my sister came along.
Okay.
So she's 5 years younger than me, Jennifer, and she's tremendous. She's, again, there's a lot of trauma in my life, self-induced, and she's a great sister. I wasn't there for her, and we'll touch on that, but love her to death. She came along. Back then, I did not love her, and I was a kid, so we had these marble fights. It was a one-way fight. I would just chuck marbles at my sister. I was a dick. She has a scar to this day. Beautiful woman, but there's a scar, and she's quick to tell you how she got that scar. That was the old Johnny Wilson's curveball. But we lived in Bangor, Maine, and my dad took a recruiting gig there. And I remember a couple things about that area. It's cool. Stephen King lives there. That's our claim to fame in Bangor, Maine. That's about it. It snows a lot. So that was my first experience with snow coming from Texas and Panama. So no snow days in Maine, man. There'd be like 5-foot banks, 10-foot banks. You're still going to school.
Man.
Yeah, but it was great. There was a cool playground at the base of Stephen King's house. So he had this huge gargoyle, wrought iron fence mansion with steeples. It's exactly what you would think when you think a haunted house. That's his house. And you come down the hill, and at the base is this huge playground that Bangor had, the municipality or the city had put money together and put this cool playground. So that's what we did as kids. We just rolled at playground. It was a wooden playground and hang out there and look up at Stephen King's place thinking, geez, that's something going on in there. It was like a murder. We all had these little stories as kids that we talk about because we knew he was the horror author, and I think It had come out and some other cool movies. So,
oh, man.
Yeah. So I was there until I was about 10.
And then where'd you go?
Then he took orders to Holland. So there's a base, like a multinational base there called Avcent. And a bunch of folks from that area, from Europe that get stationed there. So all walks of life, all different units, and he got stationed there. So we lived in the Netherlands for about 4 or 5 years. And that was a really cool experience for me, man. That's where a lot of people think they say I like nice things, I'm fancy, like I like going over to Europe. And it's like, that's where I got it from. Like my time in Europe was awesome. And I only wish I was older because, I was just hitting my stride when we left, 14. Started talking to some of the girls around there. I was like, oh, we got some local girls. I got German girls, Netherlands girls, Belgium girls. I was like, this is heaven. And then let's go to Fort Campbell, Kentucky. I was like, no. But it was fun. It was a cool experience living there. The school was neat, all different, again, ethnicities, all different parts of the world. So there wasn't too many Americans there, and I thought that was pretty cool. You got folks from France and other parts of the world, so it was a really interesting chapter.
It sounds like there was a fight there.
Oh yeah, there was. That was what year was that? I was probably like 12 at the time. No, I was younger than that actually. So where my dad was stationed, and I know you know this, but there's like military housing, right? So we had military housing there, and there were townhomes. And outside of our townhome just happened to be the playground, the park area. So we played soccer because you're in Europe. You don't play football, you play soccer. And we're out there playing soccer, and there's some older, like local kids that used to come in, and they were assholes. And I had finally just, I think I was getting a little courageous. Maybe the balls were dropping, and I said something. I was on my back like that. I was 12, maybe 10, 11, something like that. This kid was like 14, had me on my back and was just wailing on me. It was my first fight.
Damn.
My first fight. And I just remember it was kind of surreal. I was just sitting there. I didn't know what to do. Like this guy had me pinned down. I couldn't move. I was trying to squirm, and older kid was just wailing, and it didn't hurt. I think he was holding back, or I don't know what. It was weird. But I got my ass kicked. It's my first fight. So 0-1 out of the gates. Not how anybody wants to start. But it's where I started like realizing like, dude, that sucked. You didn't like that. Change it. What can you do to change that outcome? What can you do? And that's where we got into like karate and jiu-jitsu. But it was one of the first lessons learned in my life was just like, dude, that was miserable. That was embarrassing. There was a whole crowd. I mean, it was like the freaking movies. Like there was a crowd around us chanting, and I was just getting wailed on, and I couldn't do anything about it. So change it. That was the biggest takeaway for me in my childhood.
That right there.
Yeah.
We had talked downstairs about childhood trauma, and how a lot of the people, not even just men, who come on the show experience and some type of childhood trauma. And man, I just had no idea like how many kids have to go through that. And you had brought something up that sounds like you've carried throughout your entire life of having to impress your old man or thinking that you need to impress your old man.
Yeah.
And that is, I think I cut you off down there because I wanted to talk about that here because I think a lot of people have that too. I'm one of them. I never would have become a SEAL had it not been, I have to do this because I have to impress my dad.
Yeah.
And so it drove me in a lot of ways, and but it also, it's a special kind of relationship. And so I was hoping you could open up on that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, all these perspectives, like angles I couldn't see before, came from plant medicine. So I want to start with that. Because if I truly believe if I wouldn't have done some of these different psychedelics, I wouldn't be able to have seen, my dad and our relationship and understand the traumas that he had when he was growing up. So he's a good dude. Like I love my dad. love him to death, and I'm grateful for everything he's taught me, the goods and the bads, right? Because all of it had to happen to get here, right where we're at today. But our relationship was challenged, right? He didn't have, his dad wasn't present. So I see that, and, I'm no psychologist, but where's his example? He had a stepdad come into the picture, but where's his example? And I don't know the relationship between my grandmother and my grandfather, my step grandfather, but they were grandma and grandpa. But there's probably something there because it bled down into the generational thing into my father. And I blocked out a lot of that stuff. In fact, I didn't remember most of it. My sister was the one that pulled me aside one day. How do you not remember any of this shit? That like you're, you and dad and mom and dad, and I don't know. Looking back, I realized we compartmentalize shit really good, and we tuck shit away that we don't want to deal with, and that's probably what happened. But back then, I couldn't see it until plant medicine.
What kind of stuff?
There was like yelling, screaming. I mean,
between your dad and your
my
grandparents?
Mom. No, my dad and my mom.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it came to me like you're trying to figure out. When we get to high school, I'm trying to figure out who I am as a man, and testosterone is starting to flow through the body, and you think you're bigger than you are, and your dad is your dad. And there's a couple times that we got into it, and laid hands on me. And there's one incident. Hopefully, he can laugh at this today. I sure as hell can. But I've done psychedelics. He hasn't. We're still working on dad. But I had some Jordans or something at the time, right? And he had come home from a deployment because my parents' relationship was falling apart, and he was taking these deployments. And he threw on my kicks to go cut the grass. So there's a couple things fucked up here. I should have probably been cutting the grass, right? I'll own that. But you took my Jordans to cut the grass, Dad? Come on, man. So I said something, and he kind of fucking grabbed me and threw me up against the wall and yelled at me, and I called the cops on my dad. And I watched him get arrested and taken away. And I didn't, that was a Tuesday for me. Like, I was just like, no big deal. Like, that's normal. It's not normal, but it's okay. Right? I don't know the relationship you had with your dad, but I can look back now and be like, okay, that's not normal.
Mm-hmm.
But it is okay. It happened. Let's work on unpacking what's going on there. So there wasn't too many incidences like that, but I blocked out a lot of the shit between my mom and my dad, and I didn't realize it until my sister pulled me aside and was like, no, they used to get into it. Dad used to yell at her. I mean, they used to fight a lot. I was like, I don't remember any of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Totally just
blocked it out.
Wow. So what is it about you and your dad's relationship that made you feel like you had to, I mean, it turned you into an overachiever.
Yeah.
And I think that happened. That's what happened. That happened to me. So I'm curious, you became a SEAL, successful guy on Wall Street, started a nonprofit. Now you're on this new medical INVI venture, with Mindhealth. And I mean, your track record is just, you conquer everything that you put your mind to. And it sounds like you're attributing some of that towards
to dad.
Your dad.
In our relationship, for sure. It's a great question, dude. I'm curious, like, on your end, I'll share what I think, but I'm curious, what you attribute it to with your relationship. I don't know, despite everything I just described, like, despite me, him not being home on these deployments, me being the man in the house, or thinking I was the man in the house, despite the tension between us, he's still your dad. Like, he's the male figure in your relationship, or in all your relationships. He is the alpha. And I don't know, man. It's a great question. Maybe I was just seeking his approval, right? Like, I just wanted him. I didn't want all the other stuff that was happening. I just wanted to have a relationship where he was proud of me. And I know he was. I can see that now. I couldn't see it back then, right? All I could fixate on was like the drama and some of the trauma that was happening. But I think it was that I couldn't see. I had blinders on, and I wanted his approval, and it was there probably. I just couldn't. I didn't know how to receive it.
Yeah.
I'm curious. What about you?
I mean, kind of the same. I mean, I know what it was, but it was, I'm one of three. I'm the oldest. And I just never really felt good enough. I know I was a challenge for my parents. And, I didn't make good grades. I wasn't an athlete. My brother was an athlete, a really good one. He made phenomenal grades. My sister was good at everything that she did, and I kind of half-assed everything, from in my childhood, and the stuff, even the stuff that I really wanted to be good at, like wrestling. I was average. I wasn't great, but and so I saw a lot of attention being spent on my siblings and not a lot on me, and that's not their fault. I if I wasn't good at something, I would lose interest, and my priorities were as women and partying by the time I got into high school, and so me and my dad were always getting into it. I mean, my dad is my hero, and still to this day, and but by the time there was an argument. And there was an argument about me going to college, and he wasn't going to pay for it because my grades are shit. And I said, I don't really give a shit because I'm not going to go. I'm going to go and be a Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
And that. It was the only thing that I ever put my mind to that I knew I was like, this is what's going to make my dad proud of me. I watched him. I was in baseball. He always coached my brother. I was involved in this. He was always more, appeared to me that he was always more interested in my brother's activities because he was good and I wasn't. And so that's kind of how it started. That's the only reason I made it through Buds is I wanted to quit. I was too weak to quit and not call my dad. It sounds weird I'm saying it like that, right? Because honestly, once we got into Hell Week, I really didn't give a shit about being a SEAL anymore. It was only the fear of me calling my dad and saying, hey, I fucked this one up too. I quit. Here's your loser son, not good at anything. And so that kept me in. It was, I can't make that call.
Yeah.
And then it just went on to everything that I've ever done. There's always a portion of it that's like, watch this.
Yeah. Dude, it's interesting, right? Like it's a negative reinforcement tool. Like, and I'm all about the positive. Like I'm the positive guy. Like you're with my kids, you struck out cool. Like let's work on but you see it a lot with our community. We're not unique in this sense. Like a lot of dudes that come into the SEAL teams, at least that I know of, had some challenging upbringings. And those are the ones that, for the most part, that succeed. It's like not wanting to make that call. Like it was the same thing. And you said something too, like you were challenging. Oh, buddy, I was too, man. So I love my dad. I realize how hard I made it on my parents. Holy shit. I like to party. I got arrested a couple times. Like, dude, the list goes on and on. I was a troublemaker. So I appreciate my dad was trying the hardest he could with what he had, right? Like what he was taught and the things that he was been given. And like, I'm so grateful for his love and the support. And, at the time it didn't feel like it was support. I know it was.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned earlier that, everything that I've done, it's been successful. And there's a lot of failures peppered in there, and I'm pretty sure that's the same with you. Like, so,
Absolutely.
but again, then it goes back to something unique to us is like failure is just like, let's pick ourselves up. And I see this with guys from our communities, like, let's pick ourselves up, quickly learn what happened, and let's get right back at it. But man, that thing's been peppered, shotgunned with failures.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you saying that. And I know it's true for you too. So, it's awesome to see what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But sorry, Maine.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
in Maine and
Yeah.
getting into high school.
Yeah. I was still young at the point, and then we kind of wrapped up Maine and went to Holland, and Holland was cool. I think we kind of walked through some of the experiences there. It was really interesting being in that, multinational school. I just learned so much from so many different people and saw the unique cultures, and I really appreciate, like, my crew moving forward from that point on. We ended up moving to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and I lived in Clarksville, Tennessee. I went to high school at Northeast High School there. But my crew, because my lens was different from my time overseas, like, dude, we had a black dude, a Panamanian dude, a Puerto Rican dude, a white dude. Like, we didn't see any of that stuff back then. I don't know how it was for you, but it was just like, you're a good dude and you like to do stupid shit. Like, let's be buddies and let's go do this stupid shit together. And that's exactly what we did. And that crew is awesome. They were Army brats as well, and they all ended up serving. And, one of the guys, Terry, he lives right down the street, actually. He's getting his PhD at INVI. Because he wants to continue to serve. He's going to do some mental health therapy and is working at getting his PhD at Vandy right now. And the other guys are great. One guy's still in. He's in the Navy. He's an EOD guy, so he's deployed with a Special Forces group right now. So I'm always getting the photos of those guys. But that crew in high school was, man, we did. I don't know if you had a pod, but we did. Us 4 or 5 did everything together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff were you into?
I played football, and where I went I'd say it was probably predominantly black. And I only bring that up because it made dudes like me look good on receivers. So we had Travis Stevens, who ended up playing at UT, and I think went to the NFL. Like, he's the running back. Nobody gives a shit about Johnny Wilson on the, you know what I mean? So I'm catching balls, and it was just like, dude, that guy's a good receiver on the stats, but people quickly realized when we went to college, like, that dude's not good. Yeah. But I played football. There's a park right by our house that we all used to just, have parties at, like bring booze down there and have bonfires. A lot of guys had farms, so a couple of our buddies had farms. So it was just like, it was literally parties every weekend.
This sounds like a very similar upbringing to mine. Very similar.
Yeah.
But you got arrested a couple times.
Yeah. So, man, that's some of that shotgun pepper failures I was talking about. But so, well, I'll take a step back and I'll hit that question. So my dad was stationed. I mentioned he was kind of bouncing out and doing the deployment things. He was stationed overseas. And this is pre-war. This was in the 90s. And he was in Saudi, and he said, hey, you're going to come visit. And I was like, Dad, like, dude, I'm in high school. I got a girlfriend, man. It's the summer. I want to hang out with my friends. I don't want to come see you. He's like, cool, you're still coming to visit. So I was pissed. But I flew to Saudi. First couple of days, I just acted like a punk, like trying to show him that I was upset, ignoring him. And he's just being a good dad, like taking me, introducing me to folks. And like on the 3rd or 4th day, we're driving on base, and I'm in the passenger seat just looking out the window. And I see this gate closing, like blacked out gate with barbed wire fence. And I'm looking in there. There's a bunch of dudes with no shirt, jacked, tattoos, beards. I'm like, Dad, who are those dudes? And I thought they were SEALs. My dad corrected me after I shared the story before. He was like, dude, that was 5th group. And I was like, okay, I thought it was SEALs, but it makes better story for if it was SEALs. But nevertheless, it was the 5th group dude. And my dad took me over to introduce me to those guys. And they took me under their wing, man.
No kidding.
Yeah, they let me hang out. I got to ask questions. I'm like a 14-year-old kid. So I wanted to be Special Forces, and inevitably that evolved to being a SEAL. But I mean, I was working out with those guys. From what I remember, they had guns out cleaning them. They were talking to me about their missions. It was so cool.
Damn, you got to do at 14?
14. So when I came back home, I mean, life was like kind of like you. It was just like, boom, this is what I'm going to do. And I sucked at swimming. I mean, I was good at it, but I wasn't great. But okay, I got to be in the pool all the time. What are you going to do? Go be a lifeguard. So became a lifeguard. I lived 14 miles from the base. Cardio was horrible. Still is horrible. So I would ride my bike to lifeguard, and then I would ride back. Football practice, I would run 2 miles to football practice and run back just to try to get ready for buds, because I didn't know what to expect. All I had was that, I think there was a SEAL workout program. You probably had it too.
Yep.
Push-ups, 20 by 20 push-ups.
Yep.
Yep. So my whole life became, let's do this.
Sophomore in high school, because that's about 14, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, it was my sophomore year.
Okay, sophomore year in high school, you've got it mapped out.
Yeah.
You're going to be some kind of special forces guy.
Yep. That evolved. I came across a book before there was all the books and movies on team guys. There was one from Vietnam, and I was like, oh, I think it was The Men with Green Faces. I read that book, and I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. And that's what I did. I worked my ass off, like not too hard, but hard enough to get good grades. And wanted to, at the time, I wanted to go play football. Remember, I was looking good, so some of the academies were like, hey, man, this guy might be good. That didn't work out the way they thought it would, but I ended up getting an offer to go to the academy.
The academy?
Yep.
Nice, like the Naval Academy.
The Naval Academy. And I couldn't, so what they do at the academies is they have prep school. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but...
I am not.
So it's essentially how they red shirt athletes. They send you to prep school to get your grades up, get you prepped for the rigors of the academics, but you get to play ball against the other prep schools. So you get to play ball against MAPS, which is the Military Academy Prep School, and the Naval Academy Prep School is NAPS. So I ended up getting accepted, but I had to go to NAPS first, which was awesome. I was in Newport, Rhode Island, but that was kind of the path that was laid out for me. So got accepted, going to NAPS. You got a couple weeks off before you leave. I lived in Clarksville, Tennessee. Let's go celebrate. Come down to Nashville, because where else are you going to party in Tennessee? Second Ave. I can't remember the bar, but there was a bar with 4 stories of different things, like country, rock and roll, like techno. I just remember that was our spot.
It's probably still there.
I guarantee it is, dude. And I didn't get 2 steps in that door before they saw that janky ass fake ID card I had, and got hemmed up. That was the first time.
What was the second? Was it back to back?
It was back to back, dude.
Nice.
I'm such an idiot. So I got arrested. Big dude. He was like 6'3", 6'4", black guy, former Marine. He's like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, and I was like, I just got in the Naval Academy. I was talking my way out of it. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance. Like, don't do this again. Like, you got your whole life ahead of you. You're going to burn that bridge. You're such an idiot. I was like, thank you, sir. And went back to Clarksville and pouted and was just like, hey, I'm not doing anything for about 3 hours. And then my buddies were like, finally broke me down and was like, let's go party. A week to the day, dude, I'm in Nashville again with my buddies. I stumble out of a bar. This time I get into the bar. I stumble out of the bar and I bump into that cop.
Oh, man.
Out the back door. And I took off, man. I saw him. He saw me. He went to grab me. I was like, and I took off. And I start running, and I'm like, in my head, I was like, we're already team guys, or at least we're starting to think like team guys. I got to hit the river. I got to get to water. I'm such an idiot, dude. I'm a kid, had no idea what I was doing. I come around the corner. I remember Hooters being right there, because I remember looking in, come around the corner, and I hear, and there's a chain link fence in front of me, and I'm like, okay, I got to jump it, but there's barbed wire. They were doing some work up there, and I'm like, holy crap, I'm cornered. And I still hear this, and then it stops, and I turn around, and there's like horse patrol. Got me cornered. That cop runs up. I was like, damn it. Put my hands up, grabbed me, snatched me. He was like, this time you're going to jail, son. Made the call. My dad was like, nope, I'll see you Monday. I'm not picking you up. So I stayed there over the weekend. And I don't know if they've improved the fucking prison here or the jail here, but I hope to God they have. That thing was disgusting.
Yeah.
Vile. But I spent the weekend in jail.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. I'm curious why did you pick the Naval Academy? I mean, if you're that into boozing it up, you're picking pretty much the strictest university possible.
That's a great question. In my head, I thought I started talking to people. Like usually when I get my head in, I get something in my head, I'm going to go out to the people that are actually doing it. So I reached out to a couple folks and just asked them like, hey, if I wanted to be a SEAL officer, like, how would I do this? And like, well, Academy gets more billets. So that's probably the thinking. I started thinking. I thought it was most prestigious. It was also free, and I wasn't getting scholarships everywhere else. I guess I could have got a ROTC scholarship, but once they said yes, I was like, I'm all in. Here's the thing, man. Those guys and gals at the academies drink just as much as, if not more.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah. They're partying, and it'll come out. I went to the academy, but not for long. But they're partying just as much, man. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, so what is it? I've not talked about the Naval Academy at all. How is it showing up there?
Dude, I hated it. I hated it, man. I have a problem, as we talked about with my dad, like just in general with like leadership and hierarchy and structure. Like I realized we went into the military and that's all there, but in the teams, it's a little bit different, I would say.
It's not really there.
Yeah. So I show up to the academy, and how it's structured is you show up for plebe summer and you got basically 6-8 weeks of boot camp. And I've done boot camp 3 times now. I did it at the Naval Academy Prep School. I did it at the Naval Academy plebe summer, and then I did boot camp proper. So but this one was the worst. So you show up and you have other classmates called upperclassmen. So you're the lower class upperclassmen as your plebe summer instructors. So think about this, like what type of people, and I'm not, like there's some great folks that go to the academy, a lot of people that play sports, but then there's a small group that are smart, maybe never had power before, and now have power. And man, if you want to see abusive power on a scaled level, go to the freaking academy and watch these kids that have never had power before light into this class of people, like the new class that's coming through. And I struggled with it, man. I hated every bit of it. The whole year, it's like that. You got upperclassmen just lining into you, and I had massive ego. I was like the list goes on and on. But push all that aside, I think it's an amazing institution that's doing great things, putting out good leaders for the most part, not always, but for the most part. And it's set up to really help, the next generation of good dudes come in. And some of the best officers I had in the teams, I don't know how you feel about this, came from the academy.
Yeah, I think the best officers I had were Mustangs.
Yeah, that's a good
enlisted,
point.
But I'm sure there's a couple of good ones in there. But another question I'm kind of curious about is if you were that, how did you find the discipline? Why did you want to become an officer? Because most people that went in, they're like myself, college wasn't even an option for me anyways, but it was just give me on the fastest track into what I want to do.
Yeah. Well, dude, I think I lost the fire.
Okay.
A little bit into it. Like, I got kicked out of the academy for drinking, right? Like, I was partying my ass off. Like, my grades, I barely got into the academy from the Naval Academy Prep School because I was at Thames Street, which is downtown Newport, like, party with my friends. Like, you need a 2.0, dude. A 2.0 to get into the academy. It came down to my last exam because I was fucking off so much.
Wow.
And, like, I buckled down for that exam because I knew what I needed to get. And I was like, I'm smart enough to do it when I have to, but my priorities shifted, man, if I'm being honest. And I think me getting kicked out of the Naval Academy was the best thing for me. If I would have made it through the Naval Academy, I would not have been a SEAL. None of the other stuff would have happened. I guarantee it, man. And by me getting kicked out, I struggled immensely for a few months. Like, was down on myself, didn't think I could amount to anything. I started believing what other people had told me throughout the years. You want to be a SEAL? Like, you know how hard that is? Like, are you sure you can do that? I started believing all that. And then one day I just woke up and I was like, enough. Like, I need to get back on the fucking horse. Like, I got bucked off, my own doing, but nevertheless, I got bucked off and I'm sitting on the ground for the last 3 months. Let's go. Like, and I enrolled in the community college, started getting good grades. I started working out. I stopped the booze and I stopped hanging out with my good but degenerate friends. They're still good friends, but they're degenerates. And I just got super laser focused on making this happen. And brother, I got told so many times no. Like, there's no way. You got kicked out of the Naval Academy. You can't even enlist in the Navy. And I was like, no, there's got to be a way. And I fought tooth and nail just to be given a shot to enlist in the Navy. But yeah, I thought in my head, you go to the academy, you get a good bill, you get an education. Like, the reality is like, I got in and I just was like, let's go versus enlisting. And yeah, looking back, it's probably the best thing to happen to me because I thought I was ready enlisting and I wasn't.
You met your wife.
Yep.
In Annapolis.
Yeah.
Was she in the Naval Academy too, or
No?
How'd you guys meet?
So I had gotten kicked out, and I'm trying to get back into the Naval Academy. So after I feel sorry for myself for those few months, I got to pay the bills. So I work at a bar, Griffin's. So there's a bar down there. It's no longer there, but I bounced there for a bit, bar backed. And I was working one night and they came in. So her and her friend came in, and I was flirting with both of them, if I'm being honest. My wife always lets me know. Like, her friend had some gum and I took it from her, but inevitably the energy and the attention focused and kind of hit it off. And she wasn't at the academy. She lived there. Her family's from there. And we started dating. And I mean, we dated for a while. We moved in together in her mother-in-law's apartment while I was training and getting ready for now buds, because the academy said, no, you're not coming back. So I was like, all right, we're enlisted now. And we had about 6 months, and I'm living in her basement just training. And yeah, she's a great woman, man. And I couldn't see it back then. I could see it. She was beautiful. She was smart. I just...
You didn't appreciate it.
Thank you. I didn't appreciate her, man, for a fucking long time. For a long time, dude.
We've been married for 20 years.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, dude.
You're welcome. What do you think it sounds like you guys have been through a lot of ups and downs, and we'll get through that, but what do you think the secret to a successful marriage is?
Oh, man.
There's not a lot of people that have been married for 20 years straight.
Yeah. There's a couple things, dude, and we touched on them. So I'm going to pull, it was from a different conversation you and I had, but options. Like, if you put options on the table, like, there's always an out, right? Like, but if there's only one option and it's us staying married, like, that's a big thing. And like, my whole life I've done that. If there's an out, dude, it's human nature. You're going to do the easier thing. Starting a business, you give yourself an out, you're going to go do the easy thing. You got a steady paycheck or a startup. Well, at some point it's going to get easier to do I think there's only one option, man, right? That's how I think about things. And then, respect and grace. I didn't respect her. I don't think she respected me. We didn't have grace for each other's shortcomings, and we all have them, and it compounded, right? Like, it just got big and hairy, and I mean, we ended up figuring it out, but man, there were some times, brother, where, I mean, my buddies know, like, there were some times.
Well, I mean, how long did it take? When did you figure it out?
Yeah.
But you've been married for 20 years. What year did you guys start figuring it out?
Yeah, it was probably 2020. So
16-year mark.
yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
2020.
What was it?
So she's been through everything. We had a kid, and went to buds, right? Like, we got married. I went to OSA school. I met her. We had been dating for a while. As mentioned, went to boot camp, and then I got A school, and she came down. We got married because we wanted her to come out, and so she was there. We had a house out in town, so all the buddies from buds would come over, and we're having parties. She's been through that, Iraq multiple times, Afghanistan, Africa deployments, South America deployments. Like, the road show that we're always doing, like always on the road. And when I got out, we thought we made it. I'm kind of hopping around here, but the Goldman stuff and like living in New York and finally having money. We never had money. Still wasn't in a relationship. I was gone. I was immersed in the job. Came back in, right? Because Goldman wasn't a fit. I didn't think I fit out in society. Stayed with me. I'm drinking my face off now because our culture allows it and it's normalized. Like, hey, you're in the teams, we just drink. When you get out, it's just normal to drink 6, 7, 8 drinks a night sometimes. Stayed with me. But it was plant medicine, dude.
It was.
Yeah, for me, I was at a low point. I moved out. And, I'm pretty sure we'll get to it, but I did it and I came back and she saw me do all the things, dude, like TMS, magnetic stimulation, talk therapy. That doesn't work for me. The VA didn't work for me. Like, started doing everything, like all these new wazoo things that were coming out. And I inevitably did plant medicine, and I'll share that story. But I came back and I was like, sweetie, this is real. Like, something's changed. I can fucking feel it. I'm telling you, this is it. And she had her wall up, and rightfully so, man. I've beaten that woman down so many times, like with words and actions and behaviors. I'm not cool. I'm not going to let you in. Like, that wall's been years, 16 years in the making. And then she ended up doing plant medicine in 2020, dude. And
Same year?
no, 2 years later. It took 2 years because, one, it's like, this is witchcraft. Like, I can't believe you did this. Like, what the hell? And then you start seeing some of the changes in my behavior. I'm not drinking. I didn't drink for like 3-4 years after that. And inevitably, she wasn't in a good place either. And she was like, I want to go. So we set it up. She went to Costa Rica and did it with some beautiful women down there. They had it set up, and it was so awesome. Those ladies are best friends to this day. And she got tremendous healing from her childhood and, some of the relationships she's been in. And now we got a kind of clear slate. And we came back, and that's the first time, Shawn, that I've ever been in a relationship in my life. I had 5 kids at the time.
Wow. That's 16 years. You guys stuck with each other. Unhappy.
Yeah.
Who knows what all happened. We'll get into it, and then plant medicine.
Plant medicine, man.
Just split you guys wide open.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That stuff works wonders, doesn't it?
It's amazing, man. We got a lot of mutual friends, and dude, Allison and I, she's got a nonprofit, the Hope Project, that helps women. Dude, the stories, like, there's some dark things in this world, dude, and there's some really hatred and nastiness that's happened to some of these beautiful women that are just struggling and don't know how to get out of these dark places. And it's beautiful to witness, like, her take what she's gained from that and, like, push it forward. And she's helped hundreds of women now go through plant medicine, coaching, treatment, integration. And it's just like, God, it's a blessing, dude.
How did your kids act when you guys connected?
Yeah, dude, it's so funny. Like, It's funny now looking back because they joke about it. It's like, oh, we've never seen you guys, like nice one. But that's some real shit. Like if you unpack that, I was like, wow, you've never seen mom and dad. Like no, we don't really remember those times. And there's one store where I knew this stuff was real, and I had my oldest daughter and my oldest son, and we're seeing a friend in Brooklyn. At Brooklyn Park, and we're sitting there in the park, and it's a beautiful day, man. There's trees that are out there, and this guy sits. We all lay down, and we're all just talking. And this guy was one of the first guys to invest. He donated some significant money alongside Tim Ferriss for the John Hopkins study. So he was one of the pioneers, frontier leaders in this space. And he looks around and he looks at my son JD, and he's like, JD, how was it growing up in the house with your old man? And without missing a beat, my son, and he's witty, but it was true. He was like, he was an asshole. I was like, fuck. And I just started weeping, man, because I was an asshole. Like, I did have those walls up. I did have an example and was mimicking that despite not liking it, right? And he was like, how about now? Dude, I'm about to cry right now. He said he's it's different. He's full of love and he's happy. Man.
That's awesome.
That shit is real. Plant medicine, I mean, the research, look at it, it is changing generations. Like, I was on a path with my family, and they were going to do the exact same thing that I taught them. And now we lead with love in our house, man. And it's not fucking perfect, dude. Let's not pretend it is, right? It's not. We still get into it. We still argue, but, I mean, it's almost instant where you're just like, oh, yeah, that was me. I'm sorry. Or what I usually do, just fucking around, is like, hey, that was you. She's like, you're such an idiot. But the kids see that now, and they're on a path, and we're using words we never used before. Like my son, JD, he's 18. He just blasts texts off on the family thread. I love you guys. What 18-year-old do you know, boy, do you know that's doing that? I don't know too many, man.
Me neither.
I wasn't that kid.
Me neither. That's pretty profound. Good for you.
Thank you, man.
Well, let's get back in gear here. So you're going to Buds.
Yep.
How did that? You go to A school first.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about A school, or should we go straight to Buds?
Well, it's just one thing in A school. I met one of my best friends, Zadok Morgan, from Montana. Hails from Montana, Forsyth, Montana. Little did I know we were going to be lifelong friends. I'm actually hunting with him and his boys in 2 days. But they had I forgot the name of it, but you remember when we showed up to boot camp, they had a workout session for guys that wanted to be Special Forces, EOD. I can't remember what it was called, but we had that at A school as well. And I show up the first day, and there's just a bunch of folks that wanted to try out for these different units, and I can just tell, like, no, these guys, in my head, I was like, they ain't gonna make it. And there was one dude, and I started gravitating towards him because he could actually do the workouts. He was doing more than most, and we became best friends. And I have a pattern here at this point, and it's about having a good time. So Shifting Sands on the base is a little local, like, bar. And I had my Jeep, and me and my buddy would go down there on Fridays, quarter beer night in A school, and just get hammered.
Where is this?
It's on the base. It's on Dam Neck.
What was your A school?
OS, Operations Specialist.
Shit, that's what I was.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. Damn. I was over at Peabody's.
Oh, yeah, Peabody's. Oh, my God. Peabody's. I'm surprised you didn't get shot.
Me too.
Oh, man. Yeah, we stayed on base, man. We thought we were being smart, but I mean, after that, we probably spent like $20 at quarter beer nights a lot. I knew this guy was going to be one of my best friends. And he was a class ahead of me, so he took off, kind of got the lay of the lands in Buds. And then I showed up a week later, and we became roommates, and just waited until the class filled up. And idle hands, brother. Idle hands. We got really close to not ever being given a shot to try out for buds.
Damn.
Self-induced. Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. So for those that are listening, A school it's basically your job training for the Navy. So back in those days, you go to A school. They force you to go to A school to go to buds, because then when you quit at buds, because it's like 80% attrition rate, then you fill the needs of the Navy with your A school. So that's what that is for those that are listening that don't know. So you get through A school, you show up to buds.
Yeah. Show up to buds. We're waiting for the class to fill up. We're doing our in-dock workouts, and it's our birthday weekend, the weekend before we actually class up. So the weekend before we start, we class up, it's my birthday and his birthday. His is on the 18th, mine's May 16th. So, I mean, we got to celebrate, right? So let's go to a Padres game and have one beer. So we go to a Padres game, and those beers are massive. Like, I don't know if you've been to a ball game, but like these are like, they're huge. And one became two became three. And we were rolling with a buddy of ours, John Parker. John ended up getting medically discharged, broke both his legs in Hell Week, and still finished, man. Stud of a dude. But John, Zayd, and myself hopped in his truck, and it's us, the bench seat up front, so us three up there. John had a beer and then stopped drinking, and then Zayd and I were antagonizing. Let's go out. Let's go to the Irish bar. I forgot what it was called in San Diego. Go to the Irish bar, and we close that fucker down. This is Sunday night, dude. We start the next day. I know. So stupid. Peppered with failures, man. This is one of the bad decisions. We start driving back, and Zayd and I are fucking around in the passenger seat. John Parker's driving, and we're hitting each other and screwing around, and he's hitting us like, knock it off, you guys are fucking idiots. And we're coming on the bridge, Bay Bridge, and he slams on the brakes, and we hit the glass, and I'm like, what the hell, man? And there's a guy there with his hands up right in front of the car coming on the Bay Bridge in Coronado. It was a cop. There was flares. There was a suicide attempt happening, and they had the bridge closed off, and John, because of us, almost ran over a cop. This is the night before we start. I can laugh about it now, dude. I wasn't laughing about it then. John gets snatched out of the car. Parker gets snatched out of the car. We get pulled out of the car with the cops. They're like, hey, you guys been drinking? John refuses to blow. He gets arrested. He hadn't drank but one drink, like God's honest truth, or at least that's what I remember, earlier in the night, but he wasn't chancing it. He gets arrested. Zayd and I get cuffed and thrown in the back of a cop car, and we're waiting, and they're just dealing with John, and they come to us, and we start lipping off right away. Like, you can't do that. He's like a pre-law major, thinks he's smart on law, and he starts like yelling at this guy. He's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, knock it off, or else I'll take you two to jail. He's like, you know what? I'm going to do you one better. So this guy drives off the Bay Bridge, takes us down into Barrio, and drops us off. We're like 3 hours out from classing up. We got to be at muster 3 hours. We run up to like a taco shop. There's a drive-thru, and we start yelling, can we get some water? Lady was like, no, I'm going to call the cops. She's like, oh, we start lipping off again. We're drunk, like acting like idiots, dude. She called the cops. I hear the cops coming again, so we take off. And Zayd's from Montana. I went to high school in Tennessee. So Texas, Tennessee, there's not much ocean where I'm from, where he's from. But in our head, kind of like the story I told you earlier when I was running from the cops, well, if we can't go across the Bay Bridge, and there's no Uber back then, like no taxis coming to Barrio, let's swim across the bay. So we hop over some barbed wire fence. We strip down butt naked. Put our stuff here, our phone, our flip phones back then, wallet. Okay, we're going to come back for this stuff. And I start climbing down the rocks to get in the water, dude. And I slip. And I just, all the way down. I am cut up, dude. I'm bleeding everywhere. He comes down naked. Zayd picks me up. He's like, you okay, dude? Naked. I'm pretty sure there was like security cameras and dudes like in security was like, hey, Mike, come over here and check this out. Look at these two dudes. He's like, you all right? I was like, oh, man, I'm all banged up, man. I'm bleeding everywhere. We can't get in the water. He's like, yeah, no kidding, man. The sharks would tear us up. We didn't know any better. So we go try to find our clothes, man. So our plan was to swim across, get on base, get our uniform, dude, and then come back the next day. It took us forever to find our clothes, and we had just left. We would have never found it, man. I had no idea where we were at. We finally find it. We come out. And we're waiting, we're just waiting for a car. The new plan is we're going to basically hijack a car.
Genius.
Genius plan. It all made sense at the time. This little Hugo, you remember the Hugos?
I got to be honest, I can't believe Mexico isn't in this story right now. That's all. It might just pop up.
I got kids. I had to modify it a bit. Now, it's not in the story, but there were Mexicans in the story. So this little Hugo comes putting up right at us, and we stand in front of it and we stop. And it is full of some Mexican workers, hard hats and everything. They just got off shift, and we're like, hey, we need to get to the bridge. They're like, no, we can't. There's no room. It's like, no, you're going to take us to the bridge. They're like, no, mister, please. And it's like, we're not asking. I was like, ah. So these guys are just like, fuck. So we hop in, and we're all jammed in this little Hugo. Hugos are the size of this seat. We had 7-8 people in this thing, me and him, and Zaid's not a small dude. And they drive us to the bottom of the Bay Bridge, and the new plan is we're going to get on the opposite side of where the jumper is and the cop cars are. As we get close to where the incident's happening, we're going to low crawl past them and then continue on with walking across the Bay Bridge and then get into base. So that's what we do. We get on the bridge, we start walking up. All of a sudden, dude, Dukes of Hazzard style, over the top of the Bay Bridge, this cop car catches air, I swear to God, catches air, lands, turns sideways. This guy comes out with the flashlight on his shotgun right in our eyes. I go to jump off the bridge. I'm getting in the water. I go to jump, and as I'm going, hands off, Zaid grabs me. First time he saved my life. Because we weren't over water, we were still over freaking land.
Whoa.
Grabs me, I grab on, pulls me back in. He was coherent enough to do that. That's the first time. It's happened a couple of times. Cop comes closer to us. He's like, get your hands up. Higher. And then you see the flashlight start lowering it. And it goes down. And the guy, we can't see him. I really can't see him. He's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. How did you two get back here so fucking fast? It was the same cop that had us earlier. He's like, what the fuck are you two doing? We're like, we gotta get to Buzz. He's like, you know what, man? Hop in the car. I'm gonna take you guys there. This dude, with 40 minutes to spare, dude, put us in the car, drove us to the gate. We were too embarrassed or afraid or scared to go through the gate, so we hopped the fence. We go to the barracks. Somebody saw that, called the cops. But nevertheless, we go in the barracks, we change, we show up, we think we're good. There's cops looking for whoever hopped the fence, but we made it, dude. We're at formation, and we're doing roll call, head count, and we're down a man. And the instructor's like, we're down John Parker. Who the fuck was with John Parker last night? And I look to Zaid, and he looks to me, and we're like, dude, hold ground. And I have an issue with lying. I'm like, dude, I can see this unfolding really bad if we don't come forward quick. So I'm like, fuck. And then Zaid sees me, so he does it. They pull us in there to the instructor room in there, and they start yelling at us, where the fuck is it? What did you guys do? And one of the instructors stops everything. He's like, oh my God, smells like a whiskey factory in here. You boys been drinking all night? I'm like, oh God, we're done. So we tell them what happened. They're like, you guys are done. You guys are out of here. Go back to the class. We'll let you know, but you guys are done. So all that work, man.
Damn.
And I thought, you idiot, you did it again. You did it again, man. You worked your tail off to get into the academy. You worked your tail off to get into Buds, and here we go again. And we just put our head down, and we got beat before class. We had to show up an hour early and got our asses beat. Just Zaid and I with all the instructors. We got beat an hour after class for all of first phase to Hell Week. And the worst thing that they made us do, man, to this day, the worst thing I've ever done is hand write and hand number a 5,000 word essay. Like, I don't know if you've numbered that, but it takes hours. We had to sit there and 1, 2, 3. It takes forever, man.
Every word?
Every word.
Interesting. I'm going to have to try that sometime.
Yeah, it's a form of punishment that I don't wish on my worst enemy, man. But they gave us a shot. They let us try Hell Week, and we got through, and they pulled us aside afterwards, and it was like, we liked you guys, and we're going to see if you guys could figure it out. And if you could, we'd keep you, and if not, you're going to quit anyway, so it didn't matter to us. And it all worked out in the end, man.
Good for you. What happened to Parker?
So Parker was given a shot too. They ended up taking blood, and he had not drank in long enough where there was no alcohol. So they let him come back into the class. He got to Hell Week, went all the way through Hell Week, but broke both his legs and got medically discharged. So he's off doing good things now. I think he's working with his dad's business in Texas, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that, but he's a pretty successful dude too.
Right on. Well, on that note, let's take a quick break, and then we'll pick it up back at Bud's. When I first started this whole podcasting thing, an online store was about as far from my mind as you can get. And now, most of you already know this, but I'm selling Vigilance Elite gummy bears online. We actually have an entire merch collection that's coming soon. And let me tell you, it is so easy because I'm using a platform that is extremely user-friendly, and that's Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. What I really like about Shopify is it prompts you all the things that you want to do with your web store, like connect your social media accounts, write blog posts, just have a blog in general. Shopify actually prompts you to do this. You want people to leave reviews under your items? You can do that on Shopify. It's very simple. Shopify helps you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout, 36% better on average compared to the other leading commerce platforms. Shopify is a global force for millions of entrepreneurs in over 175 countries and power 10% of all e-commerce platforms here in the United States. You can sign up right now for $1 a month. It's shopify.com/Shawn. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Shawn now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. That's shopify.com/Shawn. The media is crumbling, and it's crumbling extremely fast by the day. Why? Because everybody knows they're hiding something. People are beginning to realize they have been lied to for years and years. Everywhere you look, it's lies. Even the institutions that we all thought that we could trust are turning out to be liars. But now we know. So what do? We start to prepare. You also know that the time to prepare for what's coming is right now. Get started at my website, preparewithshawn.com. There you'll save $200 on an essential 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. Over the years, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for emergencies. Yours should be next. Sealed inside ultra-durable packaging, their delicious meals last up to 25 years in storage and provide over 2,000 calories daily. Eat right when things go wrong with these 3-month emergency food kits from My Patriot Supply. With $200 in savings, you can get enough for each family member. They deserve your protection. Go to preparewithshawn.com. Order by 3 p.m. for free same-day shipping. Preparewithshawn.com. All right, Johnny, we're back from the break. We're just wrapping up Hell Week in Bud's. So we'll pick up there. Before we move on, Hell Week is always people are just fascinated with it. So what are some memorable experiences that happened to you in Hell Week that just stick out?
Yeah. Oh, man. I think for me, I don't think I've been more nervous in my life than then the night before Hell Week, like sitting in that tent, sleeping. I don't know how dudes passed out. There was guys snoring in there. I'm like, dude, I'm sitting there on edge, antsy, just like, oh, dude, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Here it is. And I just remember looking down, up and down the tent, there's dudes passed out snoring. I'll never forget that. And then boom, it happened, right? Like the breakout for me that was one of the most memorable because I mean, one, I knew it was coming. You heard about it. You've seen it on Discovery Channel. But until it happens, like, you just don't know, right? And then machine gun going off with the blanks. Everybody yelling at you, flipping cots. And there you go. Here we go. And I remember looking up and down. And there's a photo of me in the front lane and rest with just water hitting the spraying with the hose. And I had the biggest grin ever, like, it's finally here. Like the crucible's finally here. I finally get to do it. And I love that photo. I don't have it framed, but I look at it quite, as I go through some of my favorite photos, it pops up every year or two. I'm probably going to frame that one because that for me, that emotion, that feeling of working your tail off, almost flubbing it up with the whole, Hugo Bay Bridge jumping incident. But then finally being able to be in it, like, you earned it. Now let's see what you can do with it. And that was probably the most memorable for me.
Did you have any portions where you thought you were going to quit?
Not in Hell Week, but in third phase.
Third phase?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. San Clemente.
You went all the way to third phase and then thought about quitting?
There was a fleeting moment, man, where... So it was the time of year, and we had Thanksgiving off, and the instructors are super nice to us. They're like, oh, you guys are just going to go to San Clemente, take your time and, enjoy the holidays. When we come back January, it's a gentleman's course out there. Psychologically, they had planted that seed, and I had no idea what they were doing. Thanksgiving, come back. We do a little bit of workouts between Thanksgiving and Christmas break, and then we go off for Christmas. I'm crushing pumpkin pies, like eating turkey and ham, ice cream on top of my apple pie. We come back, and it's still playing the game. They're like, this is, we're just going to go out there. We're going to do some demo. It's going to be awesome. We land on that plane, and they beat the living piss out of us from the second we got there until, like, the second we left. And it was raining. It was January. You know how SoCal is, so... It's cold, not too cold, but cold enough where you're miserable. And you're completely soaked from this drizzle that's happened in this marine layer. And you're running up and down with the pallets on your back. And I was like, this is by far the worst part of buds for me. Like, and it didn't help. Like, the instructors had carte blanche out there. So, like, the command's not there. They're not overlooking the instructors. So we had one dude who is a good friend now, and he's a coach in the plant medicine space. But back then, he was the biggest drunk, and he would first, like, every morning we wake up and we'd have to figure out a way to get to the chow hall without running into Instructor Burns.
Oh, yeah.
And we'd, like, kind of maneuver out, like, where is he? And then we take off, and all of a sudden you hear him. He'd be in the trees behind the trash cans. He'd be under, like, I was just like, dude, this dude is everywhere. And he would beat the living piss out of you all breakfast. You wouldn't get breakfast. And I hated him, man. I was like, dude. So every bit of that was just horrible for me. I hated it. And there was times where I was like, I don't want to do this, man.
Yeah. Were they targeting you?
It was everybody.
It was the whole class.
Felt like me, but it was everybody.
Yeah. Right. Right on, man.
Yeah.
Well, so you get through buds, you go through SQT. What team you going to?
I go to 4.
4?
Yep.
How was it arriving at 4?
Yeah, they took our tridents, put them in the bird cage, said we didn't earn shit, and then we hopped on the road, man. It was a condensed, I don't know if you were part of that. I think you were, where they were condensing the workup cycles, but we were going to Baghdad, and we were leaving in 9 months. But it was fun, man. I had a couple brothers there with me from Buds, and, the old guys were pretty good. They were really focused on, hey, we're going to war, so they weren't assholes.
No hazing, none of that?
There was some.
Bit.
Yeah, but I don't think, hearing some of the other stories and the other teams, like, I think we got off easy.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how it was for you. Like, how was it for you?
It was, I deserved everything that came my way. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, the next congressman from the 3rd District of Tennessee here.
yeah.
Political
No, I mean, when I showed up, it was the older guys in my platoon when I showed up had really bad hazing experiences, and they decided that they weren't going to do that to the new generation, and then I got cocky, and I got my ass handed to me on a silver platter a couple of different times, and eventually wised up.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it was there. It was happening where guys were slipping up. And they do the fun, like, it wasn't fun. It was still hazing, but I think it was a little lighter. They liked us, still beat us. But again, like, I've heard some horror stories. Now, there was one incident. We were in land warfare, and me and that same dude, Zaid, fucked up.
you guys were in the same platoon?
Yep.
Oh, man.
I know.
Wow.
And same troop. He was in a different platoon, but we were big hunters, and on the Army base there in Fort Chaffee, Arkansas, there's like this huge impact zone where they drop bombs, and it's off limits. There's a lot of like ranges that are off limits. Well, Zaid and I would take one of the side-by-sides and just go out there and hunt. And it started off like, hey, let's get one for the platoon or for the troop, and we'll butcher it up. We'll bring it back and we'll grill them, and we'll have the other platoon grill while one's out doing runs and vice versa. And we're eating fresh venison. It was awesome. Second weekend, I mean, we went through that like that. A couple of runs, all the meat was gone. So let's get a couple more. So the second weekend, we go out there and we shoot a couple more on the first day. And then we're not wanting to butcher up all these animals. So then let's just take like the hindquarters and the back straps, the good meat. And then it became, let's just take the back straps. And then bloodlust set in, dude. And we just started killing everything.
Oh.
It got bad. So bad that Monday morning we're back on the ranges, and he elbows me, and I look at him, and he tells me to kind of look up, and I look up. And I see turkey vultures circling, and I start counting. I'm like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 different sites where we had put down deer and taken the meat off of it. Well, somebody saw us running around doing this, reported it to the game warden. We're sitting there counting this, and the instructors come out and is like, hey, who was out shooting freaking deer this past weekend? And Zay and I put our hand up. He's like, you dumbasses. Like, the game warden's on his way. Like, he'll be here this afternoon. You guys have a couple hours to go get all the carcasses, and we're going to blow them. It's 100 degrees out there, and it's only the weekend, but by the time we get to the first carcass, it is covered in maggots. And it was one of the most vile things I've ever done in my life. This thing, you're just picking these up, and you're like throwing them in the back of the trailer, and you're going from site to site. You're just kind of honing in on like, okay, those vultures are right there. There they are. And then we pick it up. Dude, it was disgusting. You're covered in, it was nasty, man.
I'll bet.
We get it to the site. We blow that thing up. All the evidence is gone, but dude, we got beat for that one. And rightfully so. They beat the living piss out of us.
Well, what did the game warden say?
He was friends with everybody. And like, let me just say, like, I would never do that now. I have such respect for like hunting and harvesting and a different point in my life. So I respect, like, when we go hunt, we harvest everything, and it fills our freezer with elk or deer. And back then I was an idiot. I'll speak for myself. Game warden was friends with the instructors, and by the time they get there, it was all cleaned up. He basically pulled us aside, said, don't ever do that shit again. Like, people are watching you guys. So.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, I know. So stupid.
Yeah.
Largest deer I ever shot though was from there, and I got it somewhere. I'm not gonna say where.
Yeah. So condensed workup cycle.
Yeah.
Workup cycle, for those that are listening that don't know, that's basically the training that you do before you go out. It's the training you do with the people you're going to go to war with before you actually go to war. So they condense it down to 9 months.
Yep.
It's usually a year and a half.
Yeah, that's right.
It's usually 18 months.
Yeah.
An 18-month cycle with a 6-month deployment. So, I mean, did you know where you were going?
Yeah, we were going to Baghdad.
How'd that feel? I mean,
it felt awesome, right? Like it's everything that we've done has been to go to war. And again, I look back. I mean, I'm answering that question from like the 22, 23-year-old kid that has worked his tail off to do that. Looking back, my views maybe have changed a bit. But that's who I was back then, and I was so pumped, man. We were all pumped.
yeah.
So I think we were relieved Team 8 at the time in Baghdad. Pretty sure we did. I can't remember, but we got in and there was 2 different task force that we were associated with. So we split the troop up and we just started getting after it. And it was, I mean, it's kind of like the movies, man. We were talking about it earlier, going into Sadr City. Like that thing was a hornet's nest. And on one of my first mission, I'm the lead Vic driver, right? So I'm mobility, I'm driving, I'm in the lead vehicle. And I got this really good dude next to me. He was our troop chief, Herzog. He came from Dam Neck. He was our troop chief at the time. And on the way out there, they're burning tires, early warning signals, letting everybody know the Americans are coming. We do what we got to do, hit the target, come out. We're driving, and I'm looking to my left, and I'm like, oh, man, that's strange. What are those things? And I'm like seeing like little flashes. It felt like an eternity. To me, it looked like fireflies. It wasn't, obviously. It was gunfire. Mm-hmm. And Ed basically like hits me upside the head. He's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Drive. And then it all like, it's like the tunnel vision came out. I'm like, oh my God, we're getting shot at. You hear like ting, ting, ting. I'm like, oh shit. And just take off.
Damn.
That's one of my first missions. I was like, had no idea what was going on. All the training in the world. I'm like, hey, there's fireflies in Sadr City. How cool is that?
Yeah. Well, let's rewind. So you land in Baghdad.
Yeah.
What year is this?
This is 05, 06, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was 06, 07.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you land in Baghdad. What's the mission? What are they briefing you guys up on?
Yeah, so we're going after, we're doing raids. We're working with 2 different Iraqi units. So we partner with some partner forces, the ICTF and the ERU, and we're just going after guys that are cell leaders, like IED cell leaders, and basically anybody in the target set in that vicinity that we were working in. So dudes that were killing other guys. And that's, we split off into those 2 groups and we just started doing it felt like missions maybe every other night, sometimes 2 missions a night.
Right off the bat?
Right off the bat.
Well, let's go through your first mission. Just as a brand new guy, you've only been in a SEAL team for 9 months.
Yeah.
Now you're in the thick of it. And I mean, that was a very hot time period.
Yep. That first one, man, it was a helo op. So, we came in and I was with one of the assault teams. And so just did the brief. We hopped on the birds, did the rehearsals like we always do, and then hopped on the bird and went to target. And we do the, 1 minute out. Everybody's getting gear ready. I got the night vision on, and I'm looking around the helicopter and seeing the TLs, what they're doing, my TL, and I'm basically just going to be on his hip and hauling ass to the door, to the breach point. And then I'm peeking my head over so we were in Blackhawks and the doors are off, and I'm peeking my head over the side and I see like gunfire coming up. That I knew was not fireflies. That was gunfire. And dudes are like shooting. We land and we immediately go to cover, right? Like, so I mean, we're taking fire and I go hide behind the smallest little berm. Like, it felt like the smallest little berm. It really was. I was like hiding there, like trying to like get behind this thing. And, we're all engaging and we're starting, comms start coming up and we're starting to maneuver to target. And, I got a tap on the shoulder, and I'll never forget. It was this guy ended up going to Dam Neck. He's still in. I'm not gonna say who it is. Great dude. He was awesome. He was the TL. And he tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm taking cover. And he's like John Wayne, gun hanging. He's like, dude, let's go. Just calm as could be. And I'm like literally cowering like my whole 180 body behind this thing. And he just walks off and I'm like, oh, okay. And I start like, the blinders came off and I was like, oh, okay, fire over there, taking fire over there. There's nobody shooting at us right now. It was like all around me, but not towards us. So we start walking. I run and he's walking and he looks at me and I see him shake. I can see the nods. Mm-hmm. He's just like such disgust and disappointment. He's like, that was it. We blew the front door. Back then we were blowing everything, threw a slap charge on the gate. Like gate was open. Let's close the gate. Let's blow the fucking gate.
Yeah.
Doors open. Let's close the door, blow that. And then we took down the building and, it was, everything clicked after that moment when he was like, let's go. It was just like right back into the training. Oh, okay, got it. Like we're in patrol now. I'm covering down. Like we're flowing. It started to get into that flow state where nobody was saying shit. And it was just, it felt like an orchestra, dude. It was just like, it was happening. The music was happening. People were lining up. Nobody was saying anything, execute, boom. And we're in the building and now we're flowing off each other's hips and taking down rooms and hopping back in the train. And the next thing you know, target secure. And it was just like, damn, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you engage anybody on that first op?
Not on the first one. No.
How many ops went through before you?
It's probably like our third or fourth op when we started engaging. And Sadr City after that was every night. Like when we were in Sadr, dude, we were shooting in the turret. My buddy was lead turret gunner. I remember when I first engaged, he was lead turret gunner, and same dude, Zadok. We had just got the miniguns in the lead turret. Do you remember this?
We never had miniguns.
Okay. You ready for a funny, hilarious story? This made the national news. We have a tendency to get ourselves into trouble and do stupid things, so I'm going to try to not knock this. But he's the turret gunner, doesn't lock in the seat. There's a guy coming around the corner, and ISR lets him know, hey, he's coming around the corner. Zaid puts the gun on him, doesn't lock in the seat. Guy comes around the corner, and he hits the button. And this fucking turret went.
Oh, man.
It took down telephone, light posts, buildings, like everything started collapsing in front of us.
Oh, my gosh.
Everything started collapsing, dude. That was the first, I'll never forget. That was hilarious, dude. But that's Zaid. Zaid's he's a good man, and he does funny shit all the time. You just got to spend 5 minutes with him, and you're gonna laugh.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what was the op?
Most of what we did was we were going after high, like HVTs, so high value targets. And for that first deployment, it ranged from, again, I mentioned like IED cell leaders. So like we were going after the big wigs that were like the bosses for these different cells.
Was it capture kill?
It was.
What were you guys doing? Capturing or killing?
It was both. It was both.
What was the determination?
Back then it was prior to Obama coming in office. So we had like, if there's a threat, if you feel there was a threat, then you can take it. And it involved, I don't know if you were deploying during that time, but then it was like, they got to point a weapon at you. You got to be fired at first. It got really squirrely. People were getting hurt because they're second guessing their training. But back then it was like, if you felt like you
needed to take a shot, you could do it.
Yeah. For example, the first dude, I was on the recce team, and we would use telephone, like tent poles, and put them on these contraptions that opened up and they had teeth. So the buildings overseas were flat, as you know. But we would basically raise this device. It would capture, and we'd have a soft caving ladder, and we would climb to the roof and secure it that way, like secure the target building or climb the target building. And we started taking down the targets from the roof, but we would climb the target building, and the dude we were going after just so happened to come out the top. He was like, there's a cupola and door right usually on these buildings, and he came out, and we ID'd him and put him down right away. And that was the first dude I killed.
Let's get a little more descriptive.
Yeah. So we go in, he comes out, he's running, and he's hopping over a building, and it's from me to the door, so like, I don't know, 10 feet away, and just put the laser on him, and I forgot about this. The boys, I yell, freeze.
Oh my gosh.
I forgot about this, dude. Oh my God, the guys gave me so much shit. They said, we heard you from fucking miles away. Like the blocking forces heard you. I said, freeze. And that dude kept running and put him down. And I hopped over.
Where'd you hit him?
I hit him in the back he was kind of running sideways, so like rib cage, and he went down, a couple shots at him. And I hop over. The buildings were set up where the roofs were there was like a wall around, maybe a 4-foot wall around the roofs of these buildings. So you would have to hop over. They were all connected on these blocks, but I hopped over, and he was still like alive. He was still, and he was on his back, and I walked up to him and looked him in the eyes and got on top of him, like to make sure, he was dead. He wasn't at that point, and just sat there and watched him, like, physically. This is the second moment in my life where I had a spiritual event happen. I watched his spirit leave his body. Like, I watched his eyes go gray. I watched that last breath. Like, I physically watched whatever was inside of him, spirit, whatever you believe in. I believe there's a spirit in us, and I watched that leave his soul, like his soul leave his body.
What did it look like?
It was more the eyes. So his eyes just instantaneously lost life. Like, and I've seen it with some animals before because I hunt quite a bit, but I've never seen it like this. And it was just him breathing out. I'm on top of him, and I could tell it was about to happen. The breathing started getting complicated. And I just sat there and I watched him in his eyes for like 20 seconds, and it just went gray, like that, gray. And heard that last gasp. And to me, like there was nothing that left. Like I didn't see anything that left, but
It's like
I
an intuition.
felt it. Yeah, it was an intuition, and I could feel the energy shift. I mean, he was done.
Why did you stop and look him in the eyes? Do you know?
I don't.
Was it curiosity of what it would look like to see another man die?
It could be that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I was standing over top of him, and that I've seen him. Like I see him. I've seen that guy. And I mean, he was a horrible dude. He killed 30 plus Marines. He had a bomb shop. They were killing dudes left and right. So, he needed to go, right? Like he needed to leave this earth. Mm-hmm. But I still see him. I see him when I do plant medicine, and sometimes I see him when I dream. Like when I'm in dreams, I see that. And I've actually had a conversation with that dude. Like never said a word in my dream, but we had like a conversation. So it doesn't haunt me.
Like telepathic type conversation?
Yeah. Like I'll be dreaming, and he'll come to me, and we'll talk about, like without saying a word, we'll talk about what happened. Like we'll talk about like how he had gone to the darkness and was doing dark things. We'll talk about like that his spirit left his body, and he's now in a holding pattern, if you will, until he's repopulated into this earth. Like I lost my faith until that very moment. And then I was like, holy shit, when I saw his spirit leave, when I felt his spirit leave, for me, I was just like, okay, I believe. like there's something here. I believe, like I lost it for,
So hold on. So this is a profound moment.
oh yeah.
So the same, at the exact same moment you killed a man, your first man, is the same moment that you reconnected with your relationship with God. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah.
How often do you see him?
Maybe half a dozen times a year.
Do any of the others come to you?
There's one. So we had slap charge through on the front door, blew it, and she doesn't come to me. There was a woman behind the door, and it blew her face. I mean, it was fucked up, dude. That's more of a nightmare for me. Like, I see that face, and I just feel so horrible. Like, that was, I mean, that's unfortunately, and I don't mean to sound callous here. Like, that's war. That's, that's collateral. But that bothers me, man. As I've matured and grown older and wiser, I think I start seeing some of these moments like that one specifically where I'm just like, man, we ruined that woman's life. We ruined a lot of people's lives. We were doing a good thing, getting people off this earth, but there is collateral damage, and that, who's to say what's appropriate and what's not, right? Like, hey, yeah, we shrugged it off back then and compartmentalized everything, but brother, for all the veterans out here that have done something similar, like, it'll come back out. It comes back out. So make sure you're prepared to deal with it. Like, have a network of guys that you can talk to, gals that you can talk to, a therapist, or because all the stuff that you tucked away and you didn't want to deal with, it's gonna overflow at some point, and it's gonna cause catastrophe if you don't get ahead of it.
What is it like when you see her?
I know exactly. I mean, it's like reliving that moment.
It's not like a conversation.
No, this is more. She ended up, to my knowledge, living. Whereas this one is like the first dude was a guy that I witnessed the spirit leave. This one was just. It was probably the first time in the teams where I was like, man, that's pretty gnarly. Like, that's. I grimaced and was like, we fucked her face up. Like, her face was gone.
You weren't proud of it.
No. I see it. I mean, we're in between two buildings. There's helos flying. I remember looking up. There's helos flying above. We blew the freaking building, and she comes out of the smoke. And I just remember, like, through the cloud of smoke, she comes out, and you can just see, like, her face is gone, her eyes gone, her face is fucked.
Damn.
And the human-to-human connection, like, we're all humans here. Like, I got hit with that in my heart. I was like, fuck. Like, this, push all the stuff that's going on right now aside. Like, we're in war. We're going after bad dudes. Like,
this wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah. So I see that one quite a bit, actually, man.
Damn. I'm sorry. With the man you killed, it sounds like he's talking about reincarnation.
Yeah. Yeah.
How long do these conversations last?
I don't know how to judge time when I'm on medicine. I don't know if you feel the same. Like, it feels like an eternity sometimes. And then I'll look at the watch and it's been 30 seconds. I'm like, shit, I just took this thing. And then it's kind of the same in the dream world, right? Like, I'm dreaming. It feels like an eternity of us sitting there having conversations. And it's a specific guy. It's not others. It's just, I don't know why this one, maybe it was the first. Maybe that's where faith came back into me. I don't know why, dude. But we don't say anything. It's almost like we sit here, we stand and say everything without saying anything.
You know, it's it's interesting you say that. I just interviewed. By the time this comes out, this interview will be months in the past. But I just interviewed this guy, Joe McMoneagle.
Okay.
Have you heard of him?
No.
Have you heard of remote viewing?
No.
Okay. So remote viewing. So you've seen like some true crime,
Yeah.
whatever, Law and Order. I don't know.
Yep.
Every once in a while they'll bring in the psychic, right?
Yeah.
And it's, it happened over there in the corner, and the woman used a knife, and the body's,
Yeah.
Well, that shit's real. And so Joe McMoneagle was the first remote viewer ever that the U.S. used. He was the first guy through the Stargate program.
Oh, wow.
And anyways, when he talks, I talk to him about this kind of stuff. And if we all have these abilities, and he believes that we all have the ability, but that it has been diminished over time as technology has come about, and phones and TV and radio and even just society, with human connection. And but he basically says, in the beginning days, before there was language, that's how we communicated. We would just fucking grunt at each other and point at shit, but
Yeah.
you knew. It's almost as if language has slowed down the communication process.
That's interesting, man.
And because it was just instinct, and it was just, shit, we only use 10% of our brain, right?
Yeah.
And, but that's it. That's how he kind of describes. It's just interesting. And then
Yeah.
you're here a couple weeks later telling me, hey,
Dude, have you ever had? I went to a university overseas, and like, I ran into a dude that's in the program with me. So we're in the MBA program. Didn't say a fucking word, but knew this dude. Like, I know you, dude, and I didn't know him. He's English from the UK. He's got a marketing company, but like, everything in me went off. I was like, dude, you know this guy. And vice versa. He said the same thing. Like, he ended up working on the business with me at school. So INVI Mindhealth, we worked on it together. And like, it's like we knew each other. And I don't know if you've ever experienced that. Like, I've never met the fucking dude. And I wonder, like, I've read, there's a book called Many Lives, Many Masters. I don't know if you've read that, but it's a doctor that interviewed people that basically talk about reincarnation. So he'll sit down and interview them, and they'll tell him very descriptive things that have happened in the past. But they're like a poor woman from a third world country that's never been to this other country, but she's describing like or they start speaking a language. Again, poor like third world person that doesn't speak multiple languages, but just starts speaking fluent languages and starts describing something that happened in ancient Egypt that only like sophisticated scholars have access to. And so they talk about these, past lives, which you were talking about earlier. And I start to wonder, man, it's like I've had dreams about like us. I think we are a different class. I think we are warriors of us fighting in generations past as knights. Like, is that a dream? I don't know, man. Like, because it feels so real in the moment. If I'm on medicine, on plant medicine, it's wild.
it's like you're tapping into it. It's like you're tapping into a different consciousness.
Mm-hmm. I mean, is that how, I'm curious, like, what's been your experience with medicine, and have you had that kind of different conscience wavelength that people talk about where you
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. And sometimes I still question it. Is that real? Is that, but I don't, man, it's hard to describe, but because I've talked about my couple of my journeys before, but when I do medicine, I don't get a lot of visuals. I don't necessarily relive events from the past, but there's a lot of communication happening,
Yeah.
and the communication that's happening is how do I describe? It's almost like a download.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so if I'm going to load a new program into your computer, it would take me forever to talk about, to teach the computer how to utilize the program and all that, right? Whereas when you just stick in a thumb drive, it just gets it.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel plant medicine works on me, is there's not a whole lot of communication. Things just all of a sudden become clear.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
100%, dude.
And it would be like, I've never played lacrosse before. Don't know the rules, don't know the equipment, don't know anything about lacrosse. And then 5 seconds goes by and I know everything there is to know about lacrosse. And everything makes sense. And I know what position I'm going to be in. And I know the outcome of what's about to happen. And that's kind of how my experience has been with plant medicine thus far.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree, man. Like, I think about my life post plant medicine and like the path I'm on. I'm not a tech guy. I don't know AI and machine learning, but like the idea came to me for INVI. Like, there's a better way to help people. Like, why aren't we doing this? And it was similar. It was like, boom, here's the idea.
It's an elevated intelligence.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there was one journey, and not to go down this path, but I'll just share this one story. I kind of just was on doing some healing for myself, and the medicine took me into this spot. And I just remember it being a little hazy, and there was people outside of the haze, and I can see the people, but they couldn't see me, but they felt me there. And I was like, dude, this is what it must feel like when people talk about like ghosts or something, or like they felt something, or there's a specter in the room, or, I felt like I was that. I could see everybody in this other dimension or world. I don't know where I was at. And they could feel me and they could tell something was off. There was like an energy shift here in the room. It was like, again, we talk about it's an intelligence that it's hard to describe. People are probably listening to this like, what the fuck are those two dudes talking about?
They're absolutely thinking that. It's like instincts that were never there all of a sudden are there, and the instincts that you have already are supercharged.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's how it is with me.
Yep.
But let's go back to Iraq.
Yeah.
So you've just shot your first man.
Yeah.
And what happens next on that op? Did you know immediately that was the cell leader?
No.
When did you find that out?
When I got over top of him. Yeah. And we did SSC, so just took all there's a treasure trove of stuff in there. So we got that, and I think that was a vehicle op, so we just pulled the VIX right up, and target was secure. We loaded everything into the VIX, and we took off. And dude, it was nothing. Like, to me, it just felt like I did my job, right? Like, it was like, okay, let's go back, let's go get some chow, debrief, get some chow, and let's do it again tomorrow.
Did you feel a overwhelming sense of accomplishment?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Were you trying to dub it down and act like it was no big deal?
Absolutely. But the boys were just like, congratulations, man. And it was just celebrated. And I mean, I was glowing. I was beaming inside, right? We signed up for this. We finally did what we signed up for.
Yeah.
I didn't show it. I was just like, oh, thanks, man. Like, no big deal. We're just doing our job type mentality. We're super humble. But inside, I was just like, yes. Hell yeah.
Did what I came to do.
Yep. Yeah. And
how long did it take before he showed up to you? He came to you.
I was a mess, man, and didn't know why. And I think we compartmentalize everything. Like, we tuck everything away. And like I said earlier, like, it's going to come out at some point, right? I didn't see him until I did my first journey.
No kidding.
Yeah. So that was 2018. I mean, it was 10 plus years later, 12 years later.
Yeah.
And he just came to me and it was peaceful, and I apologized for ending him, but he apologized for the hatred he created. And again, we're not talking. We're just sitting there, and I was overwhelmed with like shame, and I don't know why, but I needed to kind of release. And that's how I felt doing it. And it was like a weight off my shoulders, man. It was just like, you took another human's life, right? And it still doesn't bother me, but there was just a release that kind of set me free in other regards in my life by having that communication with that spirit. And that's what it is. It is spirit to spirit, man. Like, our bodies are laying down if we're, like, I know you've done it, but it was our spirits talking, communicating.
That's fascinating stuff, man. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So ops every other night.
Yeah. Yeah.
All in Sadr City.
It was all over. The boys did a pretty gnarly op. I wasn't on it, but they went down to Najaf.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was a hornet's nest. These guys stumbled on a pretty big Al-Qaeda training camp, and 2 days later, like, Spectre went Winchester, like, ran out of ammo multiple times, and Apache was shot down. Like, the deployment was real.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys got into it. I think there was, like, when it was all said and done, it was like 600 plus casualties, KIA on that. It was real.
Wow.
Yeah. And the missions were, I mean,
600 plus KIA.
Yeah, you can look it up. It's Najaf. You won't hear anything about team guys, but because we don't talk about it, the guys that did it doesn't show up. The Green Berets took credit for it.
Right on.
Which is cool. I always mess with the guys. So you guys are always taking credit for. Of course, we got to write books. You guys are always taking credit for what we're doing here, man. But yeah, and you know what? Like, all the things. There's so much funny shit that happens on these ops too. So we always talk about taking the bad dudes off, and it was awesome. We took some really gnarly dudes off target. Killed some really bad people that shouldn't be on this earth anymore. But what I always loved was, like, the shit that happened on these ops, like, because everybody sees the movies and thinks we're awesome. Keanu Reeves clearing houses, right? Like, look at these guys. These guys are sick. It's like, dudes were tripping. We were fighting, like, rolling around, disappearing in shit creeks, like, because we couldn't see them on the nods. People would take a step and completely disappear in shit because they used to have these troughs where all, like, it was just... We'd make those dudes right on the outside of the vehicles because they stunk so bad. But that's the stuff that I always think about. It's not all the, the work that we did. I'm proud of what we did, but it's just like, I love seeing dudes and just like, you remember that time, dude?
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So let's wrap up your first deployment. You're coming home. You got a wife. How many kids at this point?
2 with a third on the way. Yeah.
How's the home life?
I thought it was fine, but now I'm smart enough to realize it wasn't fine, right? Like, I didn't know how to juggle all of it. And I didn't know what good looked like, to be honest with you. Like, we've talked about it. I loved being a team guy. It's everything I wanted to be. And, like, the tribe was close. The women were close. Like, but like we have some toxic behaviors and patterns in the community that can go off the skids fast. Like our drinking, like I think we were all alcoholics. I really
Definitely.
do. The fighting, like we go into towns and just like on workup trips and fight, but that was normalized. Like, hey, that's what you just do. The aggressiveness, I was aggressive. I was short. I started getting in this mindset of just like, you're one of the troops, like, fucking do this. Like, why aren't you listening to me? Like, I didn't know how to be in a relationship, man.
Yeah.
And it was easy to hide behind a job because, you needed somebody to go to school? Yeah, I'll go to that school because I don't know how to be at home with my wife. And I don't know how to be a father either, dude. I did not know how to be a father.
How was your wife handling that?
Man, we would fight, argue. There wasn't a relationship there, man. It was just like, we're kind of stuck. We got kids. We're passionate, so there'd be flare-ups. It'd be good, but then it'd be right back to our baseline, which was pretty shitty. And that was normal.
Did you have any relationship with your kids at this point?
It was superficial, man.
Just going through the motions?
Yeah. And I don't know what that was. I don't know if it's probably a culmination of things, right? Like, we start getting cold and callous because of the things that we do, the things that we've seen, the things that we've caused, like relationships with our fathers, like definitely a factor in that and how we think about things. The aggressive behavior of being a team guy and like wanting to fight and fuck everything. It was just all those factors weighing in, and I felt like just an empty shell, just going to church and going to the games and lying next to my wife in bed. And I wasn't there, dude. I was never there.
Yeah. So let's get back. What kind of schools were you going to?
Sniper school was probably the biggest. I did comms, but sniper was, so wrapped up first deployment. And I was one of the guys that got to go to sniper, and that was a fucking blast.
Yeah?
Yeah. Another story. So we show up, and I couldn't shoot to save my life, dude. The Navy marksmanship, like I just couldn't do that. And I'm pretty confident my buddies helped me get into sniper school. I'll leave it at that.
Wait, you couldn't pass the regular Navy marksmanship qual?
Dude, I was struggling.
Holy shit.
So it came down.
And they sent you to sniper school?
So I passed it when we were back but for whatever reason, the pressure being at Atterbury, like you got to do it again. And I couldn't freaking do it. I failed the first one, second one. I think it came down to the third one, and miraculously passed. But we start off, and Zaid was my sniper buddy. Again, he shows up everywhere.
Wow.
So we're a sniper pair, and we just start crushing it. We ended up getting an honor man and honor pair. So I attribute a lot, like me getting an honor man, to him, because it's easy to pull the trigger. It's really fucking hard to call wind. And this man grew up calling wind in Montana, right? Like born in Wyoming, he knows how to call wind. So like I'm just sitting back, and he's just dropping these. All I'm doing is this. So I ended up getting an honor man, but it was because of that dude. While we were there, though, man, we had a good time. Wally?
I do.
Okay, there's two of them. They're both little guys, but good dudes. One lives here. Mm-hmm. The other one's still in.
He lives here?
Yeah.
In Tennessee? No
Yeah,
shit.
Nashville.
I didn't know that.
Pretty sure. I was friends with his younger brother, Brad Wallawander, and he was a riot. Stud, fastest runner. He's like strongest dude. He's just a good dude. But we went to Buds together and we became so close that he knew kind of my things. So he knew how to make me, like I was super ticklish. We're in a Govy van and I'm laid out in like the second row passed out. And this dude hops on top of me and just sticks his daggers, his fingers into my ribs. And I just like reaction, boom, kick out the Govy window right on top of a cop car. Was just next to us, just pure chance, man. He hits the lights, and I'm like, holy shit, everything starts coming to, and I see next. I was like, take the exit, take the exit. Takes the exit, that cop slams on the brakes, and I was like, go, go, go. We find a parking lot, we park the car, and we were all hiding in there. We see this cop like rip past us, and we're like, okay, I think we're clear. It's like, what's going on here? And there's all these kids, like college kids, going into this building, and I was like, well, let's check it out. I mean, we got to kill some time anyway. We can't drive. Like, they've got an APB probably on this fucking big Govy van. So we go in there and it's an art show, like a college art show, and there's a keg in there. So we start drinking and looking at all the art, and there's probably like 10 of us in there just fucking around, drinking too much. Finally, they're like, get out of here. You guys are assholes, like drinking all our beer. You're not even supposed to be here. So we get kicked out of there. We get into the Govy van and we drive to the university town. I think it was University of Indiana. There's like a college bar scene there, and we hop into the first bar, and I go up to the bar, and this guy just elbows me like hard as hell. And I'm like, what the hell, man? He's like, what the hell? Really? And he walks away. And I was like, what the fuck was that? I started like talking to a buddy, and I get a tap on the shoulder, and it's that same dude, and he just punches me right in the chin. The bar separates. There's like 10 fraternity dudes and this guy, and then there's like 6, 7 of us in this bar because a couple team guys went to another, and they separate the bar and it stops, and I'm yelling at him, he's yelling at me. He's like, he hit me, like blindsided me. And all of a sudden I see a little head in the audience or in the crowd start spinning around. And Wally pops out of the crowd, looks up at this dude, just cocks back, boom, knocks him, and the bar erupts, dude. Like, we're all fighting. We go back to back. We're fighting our way out. One dude gets hit over the head with a bottle, gets knocked out, one of our guys. So Zaid picks him up. He's got this big collar shirt. I forget what they were called, 7 Diamonds. Did you ever have one of those?
No.
15 years ago, these things were like John Travolta shirts. Were making the rounds with big eagles on them and stuff. We all had them. And he had one. It was white, and threw our buddy over his shoulder, and we all like kind of made exfil and went our separate ways. Some guys hopped in the river or towards the river. Some guys went in other bars. Well, we got away. Zaid had to fight his way out. He was the last dude because he realized our buddy was knocked out, and he picked him up, and the bouncers were right there. And it's like, if you guys come at me, I'm going to knock you guys out, and like takes a couple fake swings and takes off. And they chase him, and he hides behind our Govy van, sticks our buddy underneath the car that was knocked out. And he's calling us, trying to find us. And I keep getting these calls, but I'm in another bar already. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, hello? I can't hear you, man. We're at this bar. And I keep hanging up on him, like 5, 6, 7, 8 calls. He's furious. It was one of those cowboy doors to get into the bar. That fucking door swung open, slammed. I look back, and it's him, and he's covered in blood. And he comes over, he's like, Johnny, you motherfucker, I'm going to kill you. And all the guys were like, no, calm down. We freaking... He came over to he was pissed. That was one of the times that I thought he was gonna take a swing at me. They parted us. We call new guys, they come pick us up. We're like, dude, let's just get out of here. This is a shit show. Everybody's pissed off at everybody. Let's just get back before we get in more trouble. Monday rolls around, instructor sergeant, master chief sergeant was the head dude at the sniper school, and he pulls everybody up. The vans are behind him. The ranges are behind him. He's talking to us. The whole class is in front of him. Jake's shooting eye is completely like swollen shut. And he looks at us, and we got like scars, bloody, like black and blue. And he's like, you fucking idiots. I swear to God, if you guys would have messed up one of my Govy vans, I'd kick you all out of here. The van that I kicked out was literally right behind his head. The window was missing right behind his head.
Holy shit.
Oh, man. So he disappeared, didn't notice it. Everybody was like, go hop in the van, go take it in and get it fixed. So we got it fixed. He was never the wiser. But
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Just another one of those stories.
Yeah. So you get back to the team,
Yep.
right? Honor Man Sniper School. Where are you guys going in the next deployment?
Going back to Baghdad.
Same spot.
Yeah.
Let's go right there.
Yeah. That one was TF-17. It's one of the task force, and we were going after Iranian influenced targets.
What is TF-17?
So task force were part of JSOC.
Okay.
So we were working for JSOC at the time.
Gotcha.
And it was unilateral, so we were going out as a crew, not with a partner force, and getting after it.
Nice.
Yeah. And
Very
it was another good deployment, man. Same type of op tempo, sometimes one a night, sometimes two a night, sometimes one every 2 days. But I mean, the target set was rich. There was a lot of folks, and we were taking helos and VIX and going back into Sadr City and other parts of Baghdad. And we started covering a bigger group too. We were hitting some of the surrounding cities because some of the cells had pushed out of Baghdad and started building out over there. So we were taking down targets there as well.
Any specific operations you want to get into that were impactful or eventful?
You know, there was, I mean, they were all, not all, they were pretty good ops. I mean, nothing specific that stands out. I mean, our tactics had evolved. Like back when you and I first started, we were like hostage rescues, screaming in, and dudes were getting hurt. And I think from what I understand, like there was a CAG unit that got completely annihilated on a barricaded shooter. And they were doing the hostage rescue tactics. And I think that's where we revamped everything and started pieing and clearing rooms and buildings that way. So I just thought, like, I didn't know any better. I just did what we did. This is the teams, and you're a new guy, and you shut up and you shake your head and you get it done. But second deployment is when we're like, oh, dude, this makes a lot more sense. Like, if we're getting shot at, why are we running in there? If there's a hostage, cool, we'll go do that. But we weren't doing too many hostage rescue missions. So, like, let's just sit on the outskirts and call them in. If they don't come in, let's just have them drop bombs on them. I was like, this makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
So it was cool to see the evolution of war from when we showed up with Humvees with no doors to us taking IEDs, to us putting like steel on the bottom to protect us, to them using the barricades to shoot in IEDs, to us putting armor on the side, to them putting bombs on parachutes over bridges and dropping on, to us completely evolving. It was a dance, man. It was like you got to think quick, and we were just constantly evolving with the enemy. And it was to me, it was just fascinating to watch how fast that happened. I mean, the technology we had when we first showed up was not that great. And to think of where it's at today in that short time period, it's been 20 some odd years. I mean, it's gotten crazy.
Yeah, that's what I hear. It's
crazy.
Really evolved.
Yeah.
But previous deployment, you weren't a sniper. This deployment, you are a sniper. I mean, how did that change your role in the team?
Yeah, I ended up becoming a TL, so I was a recce team lead. That was awesome, man, because I'm a spider monkey. I like to climb, and our whole team would do that. So the enemy would evolve, barricade the front door, back door, the entry points. Cool. We got a recce team up top. We'll clear it from the top down. And that was some of the coolest missions, like where we got to be kind of the breacher, if you will. And like the door on top is always open, right? So we'd come through and we'd have lasers, silenced pistols, and clear the top of the roof. And, summer months, dudes would be in there sleeping. So we'd be able to kind of take those dudes off if we needed to, or, neutralize dudes if we had to. But for the most part, the coolest thing we got to do is just clearing buildings from the top down. Like open that cupola door, come down to the top floor and just clear. Everybody's still sleeping, man. It was so easy. And then we come down, and sometimes I remember one mission we came down and cleared the third floor, second floor, and the first floor, and the whole crew was just sitting there. Like the guys we were going after were sitting there watching TV. Had no idea we were right behind them. just sit there. It's like, and then we take care of business, open the door, and I was a smart ass. I've always been a smart ass. I'm like, hey, everything's done, guys. You can go home. Like, thanks for showing up. Like, the assault TLs and the assault teams were like, fuck you, Johnny. Yeah. But that was, I mean, there was no one mission that stood out. It was just, for me, I like to see, my brain is analytical. I like to see systems. I like to see how to improve systems, and to see that happening live right in front of your eyes, and us be sophisticated enough as a team, be like, hey, that didn't fucking work. Like, why didn't that work? Hey, why don't we try this? That's a great idea. Let's try that. That evolution happened so fast in real time. It was so cool to watch. And I think that for me has helped with this business. Like, we built something and it was shit, right? Like it wasn't good. We got feedback. Take your emotions out of this. Let's evolve the tech. What do you need? Oh, this isn't important to you? Cool. This is? Cool. No emotions. Tell me it's a piece of shit. Let's evolve it. And we keep going. And I mean, I think I shared with you, last year was a tough year for a lot of startups, us being one of them. We're resilient. We won't stop. And we'll inevitably figure out how to help with the suicide epidemic, like, no doubt. And it's not going to look like what it looks like today. I promise you that. Mm-hmm. So, not to go on a segue there, but I think that's where I learned how to do that so well. It's just like, you got to be quick on your feet. You got to pivot fast. And I think the team's taught us that for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Johnny, let's wrap up your second deployment. Yep. Unless there's anything else you want to cover.
No, I think no, we're all good there.
Let's take a break.
Cool.
How many guys out there are worried about brain health? You know, all we hear about is fitness. Everybody's getting ready for bikini season because spring's right around the corner. I'm personally more concerned about my brain. You look around, you see all these brain diseases that are getting out of control. I'm going to take everything I can to improve the health of my brain. And I'm going to tell you about my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods that help with brain health. All right, the first thing I do every morning is I have Laird Superfood Creamer. It's got adaptogens and functional mushrooms, which are great for brain health. I put this in my tea. Tastes amazing. Who likes vegetables? Cool, me neither. That's why I take Laird's Daily Greens. Just pour it in a cup, shoot it real quick. You got your daily vegetable intake. Plus, guess what? Yep, that's right. Functional mushroom extract. There's 6 different kinds in here. Once again, great for brain health. After greens, we got Daily Reds. This one doesn't actually have any functional mushrooms in it, but I can't stand beets. I think they taste like shit. And so I take 1 scoop of this, put it in my water, and I don't have to eat beets anymore. All right, we're winding down the day now. This is the next supplement I take every single night. Laird's Sleep and Recovery. Helps me sleep, helps me recover from my daily workout. And guess what? Yep, you're right. It has mushroom extract. Guess what? It's good for your brain. And I saved the best for last. Most of you know this. My favorite supplement at Laird's is Performance Mushrooms. Has a ton of mushroom extract. Super, super good for your brain. Take it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. These are my 5 favorite supplements from Laird Superfoods. You can go over to lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. Save 20%. Ladies and gents, I would not have partnered with this company if I didn't believe in them. They take the cleanest ingredients. They try to source everything in America unless they find a better ingredient that's more quality somewhere else. I think we can all appreciate that. Once again, lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That'll save you 20%.
All right, we're back from the break. We just wrapped up your second deployment. And before we move into your augment, I'd like to talk about the operation that you were on with Mike Day.
Yeah, so I wasn't on that specific mission. Our team, yeah. So just to be clear about that, our troop was stationed in Baghdad, and that troop was, I think that platoon was, where were they? Oh man, I can't remember where they were at, but we had just wrapped up our last op, and that one was going live. And I mean, we were all at the same team, same deployment. Like, I knew Mike, I knew that crew. I didn't know him well at that point. I got to know him a hell of a lot better later. But to witness or listen to that shit go down, dude. And I had no idea. It sounds like the guys there, because a lot of my buddies were there as well. Like how they described it. They didn't even know he had fallen through the crease of the door. So I guess what happened was, from what I understand, hearing from the guys that were there, barricaded shooters, they went in, and he ended up getting shot and fell through the crease, and the guys had backed off. So he was in there. The enemy thought he was dead, and he was shot 27 times, I believe. Yeah. So this dude, Mike, the chief of the platoon, shot 27 times. They do a head count, realize he is missing. They realize he's still in there. Again, the enemy in there is barricaded. They're shooting out at the platoon. Mike comes to. Took a lot of rounds in the plates, but also other parts of his body. Comes to and kills everybody in the room.
What?
Yeah. So he kills everybody in the room and basically walks out. The guys receive him, put him on a medevac. They take him out, and
How many guys were in the room?
I think there was 3 from, yeah. And don't quote me on that. Again, I wasn't there, but this is hearing from the buddies. Like, we had a bunch of new guys that showed up to Team 4 at the same time, and they were in that platoon, and a couple old guys that I became really close with kind of shared the story with me. But that dude walked out after being shot 27 times. Isn't that crazy?
Holy shit.
Yeah. Mike Day committed suicide, I believe it was last year.
It was. If I remember correctly, I didn't know Mike. I knew his brother.
Yeah.
But he had just released a book.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. It's from what I understand, he just released the book, and he had some, I think we all carry demons. I got to know Mike really well because of the nonprofit that I started, and a lot of folks knew Mike and wanted to help Mike. And you and I talked about this at breakfast. You could throw all the resources in the world at a dude, but if they're not ready to receive, if they're not in a good place to commit to fucking doing healing, and not to say he wasn't, he just had a lot going on. It was challenging to support him. And part of it was, at times it felt like, from my perspective, he didn't think he needed the help. It was a handout. I don't want the help. And there's other times that he took it, right? So he was a complex human, and I imagine what he went through kind of layered into that complexity. But when I heard he took his life last year, man, I remember we were actually on a call with my team. So the INVI team, and that happened. I got the text, and I was just like, I gotta go. Like, I just had to fucking walk away. Like, I needed to go outside. And the thing is, and you know this, man, it's like those calls happen 3, 4, 5 times a year now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but like, yeah, he survives that, you know, stays in the teams, like heals up, tough son of a gun, heals up and continues to do the job, and then he retires and started sharing his story. It was inspiration to me and others. Like, I mean, getting shot 27 times, surviving, killing everybody, all the bad guys in the room, walking out, like, you're a fucking tough dude, right? Like, and he would share that story and what it taught him, and I learned a lot from him. And again, I started becoming close with him through the nonprofit.
What drew you close to him? What was it about Mike?
There's a couple things, man. One is I saw myself in him, in the sense that, like, I had the same mentality at one point that I don't need the help, right? Like, so I gravitated to the guys that I thought I needed help, probably because I saw myself in a fucking mirror. So he was pretty messed up. Like, I think alcohol was a pretty big issue at points. And I know at points he kind of cleaned it up, but other points he struggled with it. But everybody knew he needed help, and we all tried. And again, at times he took it. So I think for me, it was just, I always go to where the biggest issue is. And at some points over the last decade, Mike was at the top of that pyramid.
Damn. Yeah, that was, I think that was a surprise to a lot of people.
Yeah. There's some folks that said they weren't surprised, right? Like, it was to me. Sounds like it was to you. It was to a lot of people, but there's others that like knew him and just was like, it's only a matter of time. And I didn't know him well enough to have that perspective, but yeah, it caught me off guard, man.
Damn. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, same, man. It's same to you. I mean, it's our community, and it's hard to witness our brothers taking their lives, dude.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And we'll dig more into this.
Yep.
I have a lot to say, but we'll wait.
Cool.
But so you get back from that deployment, and then you do an augment.
Yep.
What is an augment?
So at the time, Damneck was allowing some of the guys from the teams to come over and augment their deployment. So if you were thinking about screening over there, they'd let you come over. If you just wanted to augment and go on another deployment, they'd let you come over for the most part. So I got to augment one of the squadrons there. And it was an awesome deployment. We got one of the Omega stations, and we were in Kabul. It's a 4-month stint. I mean, it was great. Different mission set. Like, there's a secret squirrel type mission set where we're growing out beards and wearing garb and snatching dudes off of streets. So for me, as somebody that wasn't over at Damneck but got that exposure, it was awesome to kind of see the things that they were doing and how they were doing them and the resources they had to do them with. So we spent, I guess all in all, it was probably 20 plus missions while we were there over the span of 4 months. So it wasn't as frequent as it was when you and I were in the early 2000s in Baghdad. But nevertheless, like, they were cool missions, well thought out. And like, I mean, one of the dudes we snatched off target, we were just like sitting in one of these little Jundi Vics. You remember those vans?
Yeah.
And we're all in there going through checkpoints, all garbed up with like Terp as drivers. And we're just sitting on the side of the road. And he's supposed to be there like 2 hours ago. His pattern of life was coming out of his house. And I was asleep, dude. I had passed out. And all of a sudden, one of the dudes just opens the door. And he had an MP7. Like, and I'm like, what's going on? I see him step out of the car, grab the dude and throw him in there, close the door. And I was like, all right, we're on our way. It's like that dude ended up being an Al-Qaeda dude with dual citizenship with another country, Germany. And it was a pretty big target we pulled off. And this guy was a treasure trove of intel.
Nice.
I was passed out. I didn't do much.
Go team.
Yeah.
What were some of the differences? So for those listening, Damneck is SEAL Team 6. What were some of the differences that you noticed from coming over from Team 4 over to Team 6?
I think the overall baseline was just higher, right? For me, that was my view, because I think the maturity level was, you got young guys like me coming out of buds and like we're just idiots and getting ourselves into trouble. But when you go there, you got to do a couple platoons before you even try out for it. So I think a lot of guys got their shit out of their system and came there and were more mature, in my opinion. So it was just super professional. It was my first time working with the agency folks too. So that was interesting to see the dynamics there and how we all played together. So for me, I think it was just, discipline, maturity, and just the shit that we were doing, like I was doing, getting into trouble, wasn't prevalent there. Guys were laser focused on the job.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. usually when guys do a deployment with them, that fires them up, but you get home from that and you separated,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
What was the determining factor?
Yeah. So there was, I actually had screened. So I tried out. And I did the PST or the PRT, my scores were fine. But at that time I had financial, I almost had to foreclose on my home. So the command was like, you got too much financial shit going on, get this in order and rescreen. And for me, I was just like, I'm going to get out. So, I mean, I wanted to go there. And unfortunately, I got myself into a pickle with a house that we bought in Virginia Beach and almost foreclosed on it. So
Damn.
that was probably the determinant factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
So when that happens, I fail and I fail fast. I fail a lot and I fail fast. So I don't know if that would be a failure or just a different path I had to take. Nevertheless, I was like, what's next? I still had a couple years that I had to fulfill. And for me, it was like, okay, let's set our eyes on corporate America. I don't even know what to do out there. I don't even have friends outside of the teams. Like, I'm from Clarksville, Tennessee. I did have my degree, so I started looking at well, if I'm going to be a high performer here, what are some of the other industries? And this isn't the right way to think about this. After starting a nonprofit that helps SEALs transition and find their next purpose, I highly recommend any veterans don't map out what you think is the high performing groups like Wall Street and consultancy companies, man. There's something inside of you that you're passionate about. Figure it the fuck out. If you like making coffee, go buy a coffee roaster and read everything about it, watch YouTube videos and open up a shop. Because what I did is I was Goldman Sachs equity trading and team guy. In my head, it was both high risk. That's what I want to do. And
did you know anything about finance?
Zero.
Obviously, you're in foreclosure.
Yeah, I mean, I had a foreclosure on it. Obviously not, Shawn. Obviously not, man. Yeah. But again, I'm like you. You shared with me how this whole thing, it was the library area, right? So I'd go to the library and start reading up on things, start watching videos. And I thought that's what I wanted to do. The whole premise for the SEAL Future Foundation, the organization we created 12 years ago, was to help guys get mentors so you can ask the stupid questions. Get relationships with jobs and businesses so you can go sit in the seat so you're not like Johnny Wilson, signing on the dotted line and then showing up day one as an equity trader I don't know what to do. I don't even know what this job is, right? We always talk about find your purpose and passion in your team, and I still believe that to that day, to this day. Go pursue whatever you're passionate about, man. Whatever that is, that's probably your purpose in it. And then find your tribe. Find good dudes and gals that you can trust. So that's what I did, man. I laser focused on Goldman and Wall Street, and I just went after it.
I mean, it had to be more than that. Where do you started at the library, but did you need a degree?
Yeah,
I'm
business
sure you
school
needed some
came into
certifications.
MBA. I ended up just at the same time, a lot of these big companies started hiring veterans. So Goldman actually started the first veteran program, and I was year one. So it's an internship. They brought on 16 veterans. And I'll tell you a stat here in a second, and this will be telling, but 16 veterans, and we showed up, and we basically went around all of Goldman to the different departments like sales, trading, asset management. When we just sat, a couple hours with each, and it clicked at some point. And for me, it was equity. Equity guys were they were athletes. They're not the brainiacs. They're not doing derivatives and shit like that. So I was like, okay, this could be my tribe. They're close enough, right? So they offered me a job, and I started, and then you got to get licenses, like you said, series exams, etc. It was all fine during the internship because I would show up at 9, have breakfast with a couple mentors, or I'd do interviews. It was the internship was set up nice to like give you exposure, but it wasn't set up in a way to help you understand what your job's going to be. So I'm like meeting with the CEO of Goldman and the executive team, and showing up to the desk whenever I want, high-fiving dudes, and they're asking me stories, and I'm telling them stories. And then I'd go to lunch with somebody else. And then, so when I got the job offer, I thought that was the job, man. Like, I thought I was just hanging out. Little did I know that when I moved up there after the teams, I moved to Princeton, New Jersey, because my father-in-law lives there. And I promise you, he told me it took 45 minutes one way to get to the city. It takes an hour and a half one way to get to the city on the trains. So my life became get up at 3:35, like haul ass into the car, drive to the Princeton Junction, hop on a train to the Path in Newark. I had to wait 15 minutes for the first train from Newark to World Trade Center. I'd come out. I'd pat the horse soldiers like statue. They got this huge bronze statue, so I just tapped the horse in the ass. That was just kind of like my little thing. And I walked to 200 West Street, and I get to my office like right before 6. And you'd sit there trying to just learn things, work with analysts, and then you start trading. And the day would end at 4 for the markets, but the day would just begin for traders because you're going out with clients now, right? So you're spending time with one client, 2 clients, 3 clients, like going out to multiple dinners, and that shit was not fun for me, man.
Yeah.
Part of why I got out, you asked, a few minutes ago, like what was the tipping point, or like what was the trigger, and one was like I wanted to go to Dam Neck and that door closed. The other was I wanted to be with my family, right? Like I had, at that point, I still had not figured out how to be a husband or a father. And I started maturing enough to realize I did want to do those things. I was gone more on Wall Street than I ever was in the teams.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I stopped coming home because I couldn't do the hour and a half home at like 9, 10 o'clock at night, only to wake up at 3. So I'd sleep in my buddy's place. Brian Martelli, he was a Deutsche Bank sales trader. And he was like, just come crash at my apartment. And his apartment was nice because he did well for himself. But an apartment in New York City is tiny. So he had a loft that literally had like maybe 3.5, 4 feet. And I would just climb up there on a ladder, kind of roll into bed and then wake up at 5 just to get to work on time. And I did that for a month until Nick Check died. So I was sitting on the trading floor, and at that point I was just miserable. Like everybody congratulated me. It was like, Johnny, you made it. You're part of the 1%. You're working at Goldman. You were a SEAL. And all the things that I had compartmentalized and put away started flooding out.
Oh, man.
My job sucked. I hated my job. I just hated it. I didn't want to do it. I felt lost, and I felt trapped because now I got money coming in, and we got bills, and we got a house that we shouldn't have bought, and all these things. And I was sitting at the desk, and I get the text, and then I look up, and they're talking about a Navy SEAL died, and then the texts start coming through, and I was like, I didn't know Nick that well. We were at 4 together before we went to Dam Neck. But that was my tipping point to leave Wall Street and come back in.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So how long were you at Goldman?
We were there for about 1.5 years. Yeah.
So you went to school, got your MBA, then passed whatever you needed to pass to become a what?
Yeah, trader. Yeah.
Worked there for 1.5 years.
Then bounced out.
And said, I'm going back.
Yeah.
What was it? What brought you back? Did you miss the job? Was it?
Dude, I didn't think I fit out here, man.
Yeah.
I missed you guys. I missed my brothers. I kind of missed the purpose, right? Like we're doing some strategic missions. It felt like you had an impact on the world. Like maybe that was naive of me to think that, but I really think we were doing good. It was good versus evil, and we were having some say in that. My new purpose was make as much money as possible. My new team would, not all of them, but potentially would stab me in the back if it meant they had a better outcome on returns or their P&L looked better than mine. Because how Goldman works, dude, if you're bottom 20%, they fire you. Like it's unspoken. And I mean, I don't know if that's still the case. And let me pause right there and just say Goldman was great for my family. Goldman did great things for me. It helped me kind of break through some barriers that I had. It wasn't a good fit for me. The role wasn't a good fit. The industry, like there is some aspects of it that I really enjoyed, and I could have done something better in that industry. I just didn't have a mentor to say, Johnny, you're not a trader, man. You're a sales guy. Or Johnny, you shouldn't be trading equity, man. You should be doing X. Or, think asset management. It's a little more lower key. It's just, I didn't know what I was doing, man. So I do want to point that out. Goldman was, and the crew there, I still talk to a couple of the guys. Double A is a good friend. He does a bunch of triathlons, so we hit each other up. We used to be neighbors when I was in Connecticut. So there's some good people there, good organization. I just didn't fit with that specific group at that specific point in my life. I needed some work to do, like personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you go right back in?
Yeah, so Team 10.
How did your wife feel about this?
Yeah, that's a great point. So I made the decision to quit. I told my boss, and then I told my wife. Yeah.
You got to be shitting me.
No.
Does she have any idea?
She saw me struggling. She saw the pain, but she also realized we had buried a lot of friends over the last 10 years, whatever it was in the teams. And we got out alive, right? So although our marriage was just that, just kind of in namesake, it wasn't really a true definition of a marriage. We were still together, and I was still there, and I was still technically a father, and I was still technically a husband, right? And then I dropped that on her. For the first time, we're making money. For the first time, we're able to do things in our lives. Like we got away. And you're still alive, and now you're telling me you're going back in? Yeah.
How many kids did you have at that time?
At that time, we had them all.
All 5?
Yeah.
So you got a wife, 5 kids,
Yeah.
and you're ready to go back into the SEAL teams, go to war.
Yeah.
Shit. What was the conversation like at home? I mean,
It wasn't pretty, man. It was, looking back, I'm trying to put myself in. It was selfish what I did, man, if I'm being honest. Like, I could have figured out something else. Back then, I felt like that's, we talk about purpose a lot, and I think I abused that notion of purpose and sold the idea that was the only thing I can do so that I could justify my behaviors and actions. And the reality is that's a load of shit, if I'm being honest with you. As a man, I should have figured out how to fucking provide for them in a setting that allowed me to succeed, and I couldn't figure it out. In fact, I ran to the easy button, if I'm being honest with you, man. So that conversation wasn't pretty, man.
Yeah.
Divorce was thrown out, but she stuck with me, dude, and here we go again, take 2.
How'd your kids handle it?
That's a question I'm going to ask them when I get home. I've never asked that, man. I'm curious to hear, especially the older ones, because the younger ones were really young at the time, but the older ones were, 13 and 7, so I'm pretty sure they had a strong opinion.
How many of their births were you there for?
I was blessed, dude. All of them.
All of them. Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
The teams were good in that regards. Yeah, they let me, and it just lined up. So I was able to be there, and yeah.
You got a lot going for you, man. Got to see all your kids born, married 20 years as a SEAL. Never happens.
Yeah.
But, so you're back in.
Back in.
What's it like going back in?
Well, I knew all the guys, right? So I go to a team where my buddy was there, and he pulls me in, and they're about to deploy. So, dude, it happened like that. I show up. They're prepping for deployment, Team 10, and there's a couple troops going over Afghanistan, Iraq, or not Iraq at the time, Afghanistan, I think Africa, and then there's a South America deployment. It's like, Johnny, you're just coming back in. You missed workup. let's get you on the South America deployment. I was like, yeah, it's perfect. So I got there, and probably 3 weeks later, I'm heading down to Colombia. And it was just an admin. I had to go through MEPS again to make sure all my stuff was good. But 3 weeks, and then I'm in Cartagena, man. And I was one of the older guys, so inevitably that role shifted into like I became an LPO at Team 10 when I got back. But those deployments, we got to train with the local Colombian Special Forces group, and those guys are out there doing the drug warfare, and that shit is real, man. I mean, that is terrorizing this country. Back then it wasn't fentanyl, but I mean, those guys were consistently just like chopping away at these camps, these labs, and demolishing them, like huge amounts of drugs, and it didn't even put a dent in the system.
Yeah.
Didn't even put a dent, man. So we did that, and then we did Chile. Chile, if you've never been, man, I highly recommend you take your family down there. It is beautiful.
Really?
It's gorgeous. So it's on the coast on the western side of South America. It's a longer country that goes down to Patagonia. And it's like California coastline, man. California weather, except you don't have California people. You probably do now.
That's a plus in my mind.
You probably do now, though.
Yeah, they probably flood there, too.
Yeah, exactly. But it was great, man. You got the Andes right there, so if you wanted to ski, cool. You had, back then I was drinking, so like wine was, you had the red wine from Chile, you got Argentina steaks, and we stayed at a hotel right there on the beach and worked out of the embassy and trained the local Chilean Comfwes, so local Chilean SEALs. And those guys are still my best friend. Every Christmas, the commander sends me a bottle of Pisco Sour, which is this really sweet lemony drink that'll fuck you up.
Nice.
So I don't drink anymore, so I just got a stash of these like cheap bottles of lemon liquor. But that was great. We trained those guys and did some cool, land warfare type training, but that's where I learned how to surf. It was like every morning I'd wake up, go surfing, and then go train the guys. It was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
Where do we go next?
Yeah. So after that, next deployment was Africa. So I went to Uganda. And that was interesting. So I was stationed, the team was out of AFRICOM, and we were working out of Kampala, which is the capital, and Entebbe, which was a little beach town. So that was the Boko Haram thing that was just kicking off, and we were training the local forces there. And through that deployment, there's some guys out there. We had a corpsman, and we're doing a lot with the orphanages. And in my head, I don't know what it was on that deployment, but there was a point where I was just like, I'm getting out again.
What was it?
I don't know, man. But it was that deployment. I think it was being away from my family in Uganda, not doing the job. So that was 2 deployments in a row where I was not doing the Iraq intense like raids, hostage rescue that we were do. We only did a couple of those, but that we did. And now I'm surfing. It felt like I was doing something wrong, right? Like my family's back home and I'm surfing in Chile eating, I got $140 per diem a day. And now I go to Uganda, and yes, we're training, but on the weekends we're going out to the clubs, and it just, for me, I was just like, you committed to this family thing, and you copped out again.
That was eating at you.
Yeah, it's time to do it.
What kind of clubs are in Uganda?
Dude, they were sketch.
Okay.
They were sketch. There was, Pete Van Hoosier was the CEO of Team 10 when the helicopters went down, and then he went over to the command and was a CEO of DMNEC. Well, his son came through and was a SEAL, and he was my new guy. So he was the JG. He was the OIC for our trip to Uganda. So it was fun to watch him like have a great time in Uganda, and I would live vicariously through his stories. But Uganda for me, That was it. I was like, this has been a great experience. I'm grateful for the time and the team, but it's time to mature and let's do the next chapter.
Yeah. I mean, so you got home from that deployment and
Yeah.
then how did your wife handle, I mean, did she even want you home?
Yeah, I wish she was here, man, because I don't know. There's days that she probably did, and there's days that she didn't, man. And it all came to a head when I came home the second time, right? Like, and I got a job at a company called Capital Group. It's a great organization, man. They're in finance as well. And I can get behind their mission. Like, it's genuine. It's a private company. It's a $3 trillion company. Yeah.
Whoa.
It's in the asset management world, but it's about people saving for retirement. It's about like people like changing their outcomes for the future. And as somebody that never saved for retirement, like, dude, I can get behind that mission. I was that person that I'm trying to educate. I was that person that didn't save a dime and was blown and said I couldn't afford it, but I'm out buying, Starbucks. And so I got behind the mission, and I have been blessed to be a part of that great organization for a while. But I did the same thing I did. I hid behind the job, right? And I was on the road flying and talking to companies. I was gone all the time, and that's when everything fucking went downhill. And
How did it go downhill?
There's a lot there, man. It's when you're with somebody for as long as you are and you don't even fucking know them, and vice versa, she didn't know me. And honestly, like, there was so much resentment, and I would use the word hatred. Like, in our relationship, it was all a facade, man. It wasn't real. We put on a good show. We played the game when we had to, but there was nothing there. There was zero, dude, zero love in that relationship. And then you compound that with me now the second time dealing with all my shit. Like, I didn't believe in PTSD. That shit ain't real, man. That's not real, dude. TBI, yeah. Like, we got blown up a few times in Iraq, but dude, it's not me. It's you, Shawn. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, get out of my face. All of that came out, and that is real, man. I went into a dark depression. I hated my wife.
When you say you hated your wife, I mean, what kind of actions does that translate to? What is the home life like? Get a little more descriptive.
I'm not present, man. I left.
Where did you go?
I got an apartment right down. I was making enough money where I can go float in an apartment right down the street.
So what prompted that?
Man, it was, dude, there was a lot, man. There was behaviors.
So you leave the teams to go back and be with the family.
Yeah.
I mean, did you attempt to be a good husband or a good father at all before you moved out? Or is this, you just fell right into this?
I think I attempted it, man. I tried. But then I just kind of threw my hands up. Like, again, I thought...
Did you throw your hands up because she wasn't responding to your attempts? Or did you throw your hands up because you didn't like being a family man?
No, I love being a family guy. Today. Now that I know how to do it. Like, maybe back then it was partially that, dude. Like, I didn't know how to do it, and I didn't know what to do, man. Like, I wanted, like I told you with that story earlier, like, if you don't like the outcome, change it, right? Like, I didn't know what are the other outcomes in that situation. There's two. It's binary. But it's not that easy, man. These are super complex, these relationships, right? And if there's a spark of love in that thing, and there has to be, man, because you wouldn't have gotten together if there wasn't, then you got enough to work on. I just didn't know how to do it back then. So I left, went to an apartment. And then I ran into a team guy buddy of ours that, do you know Will Chesney?
I've never met him,
Okay.
but I know who
Great
he
human
is.
being. But when I saw him, like I thought he was going to get kicked out of the. I mean, he was already kicked out. Let me apologize. Like kicked out for drinking and of the teams, and he didn't look healthy, man. He was obese. He had been drinking a lot, and I see him, and I just remember thinking, like like I said earlier, like I don't know if I'm going to see that dude again. Like the suicide thing, like that crossed my mind when I saw him. I don't know why. I do know why, but I don't know if it was real or not. It wasn't. But then I see him in this low point of my life. Like, thank God I was mature enough not to drink. Like, because if I would have drank, I don't think I'd be here today, dude.
You weren't drinking then?
No, I stopped. Like, I had enough sense to stop all my drinking.
No shit.
Yep.
What about drugs?
No drugs.
No pills?
No.
No prescriptions?
No.
No sleeping
Man, that
meds?
suffering was real, and I felt every bit of it, dude. Like, and I wanted to hop in the bottle. That was my norm, right? But for whatever reason, I think God or the divine, the spirit, the power to be, you're not going to do that. And I didn't.
So hold on. When did you quit drinking? In the teams?
No, that was right when I got to Capital Group. So that's when we were out on the second time. And I drank, but once all this started happening, in my head, I was like, if I drink, I'm going to make some horrible decisions, man. Because I have a tendency, you've heard some of the stories, to make some stupid decisions. And that's all fun and games because we can talk about it, laugh about it now. But any one of those could have changed the rest of my life. Like the buds thing, you don't go to SEALs. Like trying to jump on, like the list goes on and on and on. It's funny now, but the reality is it's not. Mm-hmm. If I would have done that in this scenario, dude, I don't know if I'd be here right now. And that's what's going on through my head. If you have these dark thoughts now, man, and you mix that with booze and pills, like you're already thinking about suicide ideation, dude. You feel so bad for yourself and like that you fucked everything up. And you don't even I don't even know how, dude, I don't even know how I got there.
I mean, it just shows like how disconnected you and your wife were.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Was she sober?
I don't think she was.
Man, I mean, you guys were... That's pretty fucking distant.
Yeah. Yeah, there was nothing there, man.
What about your kids? What were they seeing?
They saw exactly what we just described, man. They saw zero empathy, zero love, zero grace, fighting, me piecing out, coming in, pretending to be a dad at a couple events, and then going back to my apartment. But the Will Chesney thing, the reason why I bring that up is because I described when I saw him last, and then I see him in the midst of all this, and I don't know who that guy is. He's beautiful. Like, the man is glowing. Long hair, lost 60 pounds. I had no idea who it was, and he proceeds to tell me about plant medicine in 2017. That's how I got introduced. In my head, the judgment came. I was like, this dude's fucking crazy. Did psychedelics? Like, I don't care what you look like. I don't care how good you look, man. There was something there. It was enough to plant a seed for me to walk away and then come back and...
What time span are we talking here from
2017.
Overweight?
Oh, this is probably like a year. Wasn't that long.
1 year.
Yeah. He was glowing, man. Like, I've never seen a human glow before. I don't know if you've experienced that when you've done the medicine, but I didn't know what I was seeing, man. He was radiant. But he proceeds to tell me this plants a seed. I think he's crazy, but I go on the computer and I start looking at the research, PTSD, TBI. I start going to the VA. Like, tried once, that failed. I couldn't find parking. I got yelled at. I'm like, I don't have to deal with this. I'm out. I go to a talk therapist trying to save the marriage. Like, I am so angry, dude. I am just like, I don't want any part of this. I quit that.
Was she in talk therapy with you?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then I thought,
what was it that, what was the point? I'll tell you, man, it sounds like a lot of shit lined up for you, but at what point did you and your wife simultaneously decide, let's try to make this better?
the point was when I got to a spot where I was like, if I don't do the plant medicine, I started reading it, learning about it, and believed in it enough to be like, I have nothing left to lose. Like, I really think if I don't do this, I won't be here much longer. And I hopped on a plane and did Ibogaine and did 5-MeO and came back and was like, it was me. It wasn't you. I'm sorry. I'm the fucking asshole. I've always been the asshole.
How did she respond to that?
She was like, fuck you. You know our women, dude. She was, I don't believe it. You're full of shit. But it was real, man. And it was real. And it gave me, what I recognize now is, it gave me the opportunity to stop the bad behaviors. It gave me an opportunity to get the addictions. I think we're all addicts in some way, like to behaviors, to porn, to actions, to alcohol, to drugs, to crush those addictions. It gave me perspective that I never had before, man. Like, again, like, oh my God, just change the angle that you're looking at this problem set enough, and you're going to see it in a completely different way. I was like, whoa, holy shit, I can see your point. I could never see other people's points before. Yeah, and then, but she had her wall up, and rightfully so, right, man? Like, I helped create that wall. So after, just a certain amount of time, it was like of her saying no, and you're a liar, and you're just going to relapse back to your old behaviors. Like, that's what happened. So there's a lot we've learned since 2018 when I did the medicine about integration, like creating the environment for you to be received, prepping your partner so when you come in, like, they know how to like respond to you. You're going to be different, man. The resentment was high with her. Like, why do you always get the treatments? Why do you always get the healing? Like, I was there with you, right? So, I mean, I kind of went back, not completely. I stopped drinking completely. I credit that a lot to the medicine. I think, like God intervened when I needed him to. And then I think the medicine broke the pattern or the addiction that I had going on. So things had changed, but they were kind of going back to the way they were. And then that's when I opted to go do it again. Like, I probably about 6 months, 7 months, I was like, listen, I'm losing some of these things. I didn't integrate. I know I see the power of this tool. I'm going to go do it again. And when I did it the second time, she came back. We were in a way better place, like getting closer to kind of working through some things. And then she received me the second time. And then, it's not a panacea. Let me state this. So for folks that are listening, I know you've had a lot of folks talk about psychedelics on your podcast. You've talked about your own journeys. Like, this isn't an end-all be-all, man. I think this is just a tool that you can use to really give you an opportunity to reset, reframe the way ahead. I truly believe that.
I'm with you.
Yeah. But if you don't take advantage of that, then like you could end up going back down the same path you were. And so I feel that we learned a lot from that first one. The second one she was prepared for, softer landing. And then she got to a point where she wanted to go. And I shared with you at breakfast, and I'll share with everybody now, when she came back from that treatment in Costa Rica, dude, that was the first time in my life and in hers, if she was here, she'd tell you that we were in a relationship. We had 5 kids at the time, dude. And it's not perfect today. But by God, like, there's love in the relationship. Yeah, there's just like, there's understanding, there's grace. Like, we support each other. We actually fucking like each other, dude. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome. Like, I like her. She's a cool person. She's doing great things. She came back. She started her own nonprofit to help women in this space, like the Hope Project, and she's helped hundreds of women now, like, that have trauma in their lives, severe trauma, versions of trauma. Like, you were in the military, you're a spouse of the military, you're a family member of first responder, law enforcement. Like, she's helped all these beautiful women. Like, dude, that's awesome.
What's the name of her nonprofit?
The Hope Project.
The Hope Project.
Yep.
It's a good name.
Yeah. So that's...
How did you reconnect with your kids?
Well, they know we're in this space now, right? Like, we talk about it. We advocate for it. I apologized. I thought that was the right thing to do. Like, they probably had no fucking idea what I was talking about, right? Like, what are you talking about, Dad? Like, no, you're fine. Because they're kids. But the reality is I saw it and I knew it, and I apologized to them for not being there, for not being the best version of myself for them, for not being present.
Did you apologize to them all individually?
Yeah, individually, together. I do it all the time now. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, people that know me now know that for the most part, I am a ball of love, dude. I'll tell them I love them all the time. I'll be driving, dropping them off at school, and I was like, nope, I'll hit the power window, and they're walking away. I was like, Charlie, I love you. And just like, fuck, Dad, come on. I don't give a shit, dude. I throw it out. I don't care who sees it. I hug. I try to get kisses. They're getting older now, but dude, you're getting showered by Dad's love, man. Like, I missed out on too long for me to not take advantage of it now. And I do, dude. And I love them to death. They're such amazing souls. And I credit Will with introducing me to this, and plant medicine for giving me an opportunity to rewrite this chapter that was written for me, man. I was heading in a direction.
Yeah.
We've seen it. No judgment, man. But we've seen that path, and a lot of our friends have gone down that path. And I thank the Lord that I was just given an opportunity to do something different.
You've created a hell of a wave. Then you started Seal Future Foundation.
Yep.
Let's talk about that. How did that start?
Yeah, so if we rewind a bit, I was at Goldman, and I realized how hard it is to transition, right? So the big foundation at the time was the SEAL Foundation, and they weren't focused on transition at that point. And I was beating a drum like, hey, this is hard, not just for me, other dudes too. I've talked to other guys, and it's a real struggle to go from purpose and teams to this. Whatever this is, this feels like a zoo to us. Let's do something about it. And at the time, they weren't positioned nor wanting to, so that's why we started the SEAL Future Foundation. And it was me and the guy's apartment that I lived in, Brian Martelli. I lived in his apartment, and we were eating pizza one day, and he was like, Johnny, like, you guys are so talented. Like, you guys can get plugged in anywhere. Like, you're a resource. Because right now, these companies, they go to business schools, they go to these Ivy Leagues. They all pull from the same different pots. They need to be pulling from you guys. You guys are adverse. You guys think on your feet quick. You guys are resilient. Like, how do we do this? And I was like, dude, and in my head, I'm like, I don't fit at Goldman. Like, I'm talking about all our struggles. This sucks. And so the combination of the two was like, okay, a lost dude transition, no mentor, doesn't understand where he fits. And through his lens, he's like, dude, you guys would be crushing if we can get you in the right spot. That's how the whole idea came to be. So we did a 501c3 in New York in 2012 or maybe early 13. And our first event, brother, we raised $4,000. And $4,000 is a good amount of money, but we've done events where we've raised over $1 million now, like one single event. So I appreciate the hard work that everybody that was a part of it early on, like poured into that thing, and the failures that we had, the shortcomings. There was times when we thought about folding the thing, and it was just always like, no, the community needs it. Let's just keep growing. And it went from scholarships for guys wanting to go back to school to my buddies saying, I don't want to go to school. I want to be a lead climber, Johnny. I was like, all right, cool. We'll give you a scholarship too. Let's change the bylaws. To job placement. Let's find the companies out there that are like-minded where our guys can fit, and then we can create mentors so they can succeed in their transition. So companies, and then in 2017, Bill Mulder was supposed to talk with us, and over the weekend, I believe he committed suicide. So I think we were supposed to meet with him Monday, and I think that weekend he committed suicide, and that was the first dude, at least that I was affiliated with. For me, I consider that somewhat on our watch, like we were going to help him with his transition. So, as mentioned before, we lost a lot of buddies to suicide. And we lost a lot of buddies to battle. And Bill was the first in 2017. And today, I don't know where you stand with this, but for me, I've lost more team guy buddies to suicide than I have to combat.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's when we created the wellness pillar. So Bill we're missing the mark. We can't put guys in jobs if they're not mentally, physically, if they're just not sound. So we started off throwing wearables on dudes. The wearable that we used gave us the dashboard. So I could see hundreds of team guys, and guys gave me access. They're like, Johnny, like, you can check out our data. And I was like, I'm going to use it as an early warning indicator. If you're not doing well, I'll reach out. Cool. That's what we did, man. I had all the team guys, stoplight method. If you're in the red, we can just tell those dudes are not doing well and reach out, man. Shawn, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm good, brother. Shawn, how are you doing? Yeah, man, I'm fucking good, Johnny. What's up? Like, Shawn, like, what's up? What? Your fucking biometrics are telling me something's off. What's going on? It's like, oh, dude, lost my job. Dude, why don't you tell me, man? Like, we're so proud. I don't know if it's the community, males, what it is. All of it, probably. Society. We're so freaking proud that we're killing ourselves. Like, the stigma around mental health, like, we don't talk about it because there's shame. You're going to get punished for it in the teams or out in corporate. You're going to not get promoted. Like, it's killing people. And our little nonprofit, that's the whole idea for INVI Mindhealth, would use a wearable and just track dudes and check in on them. That's what we did.
So that started in the SEAL Future Foundation.
Yeah, I just piecemealed it. Like, you got a Garmin watch. We threw a Garmin watch on every dude, and we would just look at it. And I sat there and I was like, wait, if we can do this with our community.
What were the indicators?
Heart rate variability, heart rate, sleep, like the phases of sleep, deep, REM, light. And we would just look like, where are you at? Like, where have you been? And then where are you at today? And you can see if dudes are like trending downwards, you knew something was wrong.
Who's monitoring this?
I was.
You're personally monitoring?
Yeah. We had
How
a
many
team
people?
page. When it was all said and done, there was over 1,500 people on the platform.
So hold on. So you have a baseline.
Yep.
You have a baseline knowledge of what are each team guy's heart rate is. What else?
Heart rate
Sleep.
variability, so the variations in your heart. The higher your heart rate variability number, the healthier you are technically. But regardless, like your background, your history, your gene pool is different than mine. So your baseline is going to be different than mine. All we care about is your baselines. And then the algorithm will just pick up from the device that we use, would pick up where you're trending. And dude, here's the other thing is, like, we can tell, like, if you had a Garmin or Apple, it tells when you go to bed, right? It can tell if you're drinking. Alcohol is a poison, and it can pick that up. It takes 4 days to get back to your baseline after one drink of alcohol.
No kidding.
4 days, man. So if you think about it, you're staring at like data guys are getting 1-2 hours of sleep a night, and historically they get 8 for 3, 4, 5 days in a row. They're only getting a couple hours. Something's up. It's not rocket science here. Like, you can easily tell when something's awry. I was manually doing this. Like, I didn't know what I was doing, dude. I was just looking at data, and I said, okay, why aren't we doing this on a bigger scale with other populations? Like, besides team guys, with all the veterans, first responders, humanity. Like, why aren't we using technology when it comes to mental health? If I'm like kind of figuring this out piecemeal with like a wearable and...
This is just where did this come to you from?
I stumbled into it, man. I was looking at my own data when I did my ibogaine journey, and the numbers skyrocketed for the better. Like, my heart rate variability tripled. My sleep became consistent, and my deep and REM went from minutes to hours. And I thought, okay, if I can measure the impact of a psychedelic intervention, why aren't we measuring the impact of an SSRI? Why aren't we measuring the impact of anything you do, the food you take? Can we do that? And the answer is yes. Do I know how to do it? Absolutely not. And that's when I went back to Oxford. Well, I went to grad school. I went to Oxford because they have an incubator MBA program to help companies like mine get off the ground. So we worked on the program for 2 years trying to figure out, how do we take this idea or this like rudimentary thing that we built at a nonprofit, and let's create a for-profit business that can help humanity with their mental health. So that's the whole genesis for INVI Mindhealth.
Damn. So you started it. Hold on. Let's backtrack.
Yep.
We're getting way too ahead here. So you started using Garmin watches and Apple watches at Seal Future Foundation.
We use the Whoop device. You familiar with Whoop?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, that's what we used.
It's like a Fitbit kind of, right?
Yep.
And so all this data is coming into something that you guys can monitor.
Yep.
Are you still with Seal Future Foundation?
Yeah.
You are?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Today?
No, so probably 2 years ago now. Well, about 4 years ago, we started the process of turning it over. I wanted to focus on INVI and try to build this tech. And honestly, me trying to do too many things wasn't doing Seal Future Foundation justice. So we got a good guy, Paul Toma. He's the new CEO. So he was working at the organization at the time, and he elevated to CEO. And then I stayed on as the chair for a bit and then completely walked away.
That's pretty big. You built a hell of a nonprofit, and then you just walked away. No pride. Done.
There was ego, man, if I'm being honest, but I also had help from plant medicine, dude.
Yeah.
If I hadn't done plant medicine, I probably would have held on to that thing. But in my head, I truly believe what we did there, we can replicate on a bigger scale. Like, I think we've done tremendous, and that team has done. The group that's at Seal Future Foundation now is crushing it. They're doing great things. They're growing. They got a medical board. They're doing awesome for the SEAL community. What I wanted to do was help everybody else. And I knew we could do it. I didn't know how. And we're going to figure it out. But I couldn't blow up SEAL Future Foundation and start letting, first responders in there and adolescents. It's like, that thing needs to live and support our community. I was a bit, if I'm being completely honest, bothered by all the resources that we get, you and I, for being a SEAL.
I'm with you.
And I do think that those resources that guys like us, when they get out, have access to actually hinder us in some regards, because we have endless resources to bear. Like, we have endless handouts. So although I'm extremely proud and still do believe that these foundations have a strong place for our community, I do also think, like, some of us were really good at what we did, because when we're in a corner, like, we figure stuff out. And when you're not in a corner and you get a handout, a $10,000 check here, or, this resource here, that we lose the edge that we had. And I struggle with this. I wonder if that's a good thing or a bad thing. for our community to have all these resources. Regardless, at some point I saw these Marine grunts that lost half their platoon in Fallujah. They didn't have 70 nonprofits to support them.
Man, you know what? Thank you for saying that, because I've been saying this shit for a long time that and look, I don't want to downplay the special operations community, but there are a lot of other units and a lot of other men and women who weren't a part of that, who've experienced just as much trauma, if not more. I mean,
Yep.
talk to a fucking Marine grunt who was on the Fallujah invasion and talk to them about trauma.
Yeah.
You know, and when I say that, I'm not saying, oh, we need to compare
Sure.
trauma, because I think that's horse shit too. Everybody processes stuff in a different way, but there are so many organizations that are only set up to help the soft community, the special operations community, and these other guys are being forgotten about, you know, and it's fucking sad.
Yeah.
It's really fucking sad, because we have enough, you know, and I see it everywhere. I mean, part of it may be, I think that, guys in the special operations, the people that served within that, under that umbrella, have a unmatched, there's just a lot of drive there.
Yeah.
Otherwise you would have never made it in. But then you look at civilians that are starting things, and it's everybody wants to help the special ops guys. And now it's starting to be everybody wants to help the Team 6 and Delta guys, and fuck everybody else. And it's because I don't know why it keeps happening, you know, but you never see anything that say, this is for the Marine grunts. This
Yeah.
is for the Army infantry. This is for the conventional guys.
Yeah.
This is for the pilots. This is for the, you know, you don't hear that shit, man.
Yeah.
And it was all of us out there.
Yeah.
You
I'm
know?
right there with you, dude. It's just,
It's fucking sad.
it is. And like last I checked, there was 70 nonprofits for team guys. 70. Dude, we have endless resources. And like the guy, like you said, the grunt that was patrolling in the daylight that lost half his platoon and then now lost the other half to suicide. They don't have anything. They don't have a nonprofit for that, man, because they're not they didn't do the sexy missions, or there isn't movies made about them. Like, so again, I go back to, I'm so proud of what we've created. As I look at it now, the whole nonprofit community for team guys, I wonder if I don't know how to say this, like, what made us so good, what made you so good at what you did, you took into this job and created this, right? You had to be in a corner. You had to have no money. You had to figure it out on your own, and you did. Like, what I did was hustled and created things and figured out and created relationships and built things, but and that was just what got us through the teams, I think. Now we don't have that anymore, man. Like, now it's like, I'm struggling right now. I'm just going to call this nonprofit. Dude, I think you got to figure it out. Like, fight for it. Figure it out, because once you do it once, then you'll do it again, and it just keeps getting better, and you're going to find the success that you've earned. I don't know, man.
I see what you're saying, and I will say it. I think that there are people who will make a career out of post-traumatic stress, and traumatic brain injury, and you could make a career from bouncing around to nonprofit,
Yeah.
especially that there's 70. You can get vacations, you can get all your med shit done, you can get your fucking house paid off, you can get all of it. You know, oh, I want to go on a hunting trip, cool. Oh, I want to go get checked, you know, and you see it.
Yeah.
You see them bouncing around, you know, and not making any real improvement.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, part of INVI's thought process is like they deserve help too, right? Mm-hmm. And put whoever you want under they. I don't give a shit, to be honest with you, because your trauma, and you got it, is different than my trauma, which I have, but we still could use benefits from some of the resources, right? So like INVI is a for-profit, but we've also created a new nonprofit action arm to help first responders, law enforcement. There's more suicides, I don't know if you know this, by firefighters than there are veterans.
It does not surprise me.
Doesn't that blow your mind? Like, the type of person I am is when I see shit like people struggling or shit going sideways, like, let's go figure out how to solve that problem, and that's what we're doing.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
You know, in my mind, I mean, I want to get more in the weeds with this technology, but, you know, in my mind, all 70 of these nonprofits should be buying those devices and passing them out to their people.
Yeah.
Is that a thought?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So Mama Lee, Mark Lee's mom, we talked with her about bringing this on. So we're going to do a pilot with them. And we're still early stage. And how tech works is like you got an MVP and you got to like test it out and make sure everything works. And I'll walk through all that here in a second. But that's always been my idea, man. Like our beachhead is like, let's go to the veteran nonprofits. Let's start there. Let's go to the municipalities and sheriff's departments, police, firemen. Like, let's teach them about mental resiliency from team guys. Because if we say mental health, there's a stigma. But if I say mental resiliency, like, dudes are like, oh, that's cool. Like, it's the same fucking thing. But I'll play with words if I need to help solve this problem. So we go in and we talk about mental resiliency. And, like, I want to just keep going from there and there. We'll keep learning. We'll keep the algorithm. We'll keep iterating. And I really do think we can predict when guys isolate and gals isolate, because it happens with women as well, before they commit suicide, get to them, get their team out there to support them. Like if it's you and I, you reach out, and maybe that's enough to change the outcome. So.
Man, do you think, are there any other nonprofits looking at this?
Well, we're working with University of Texas is doing psychedelic research, so we're going to collect the biometrics for them. So there's going to be a cohort going through that has treatment-resistant depression. They're going to use, I believe, psilocybin to combat that, and then they're going to do their research. INVI is going to come in and collect the baseline biometrics, your heart rate variability, sleep, etc. It's going to collect it when you do the intervention. So when you do the psilocybin, what changed, and then how long does it change for? So we're doing that with UT on 2 studies. The other one's ayahuasca. We're doing it with a company called the Wholeness Center in Fort Collins. So we're going to collect biometrics for the research they're doing around psychedelics. We're talking to hospital systems, because if you think about ER doctors, burnout, like that's real. Suicide's a real thing for ER rooms. Like mistakes happen. If we can predict when people are exhausted and burning out, we can pull them off the front line. They can rest. So we're preventing injuries. Like, the possibilities, dude, if we can figure this out, when we figure this out, I think we can take this in so many different directions.
How far has this developed from the initial idea?
We're probably 3 years into development. Actually 4 years now. So 2 years at business school. We hired a tech team. We built all last year. 2 years ago and all last year. We got a prototype out last year. I think I shared with you last year for startups was a really rough year with the markets, the financial markets behaving the way they were. So we paused our raise. So we basically battened down the hatches of the business and said, hey, we don't have money to keep iterating on the tech. We're just going to save resources, and then we'll pop out when it's a sunny day. And 2 weeks ago was a sunny day for us. We relaunched our raise and raised a good chunk of our $3 million. We raised $1.8 million of it.
So you're about 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah.
What do you need? What do you need $3 million to do? What are you going to do with that money?
Most of it's R&D, right? So the next phase of this business is we're going to partner with the hospital systems, like I mentioned. We're going to partner with businesses. West Point is potentially one of the groups that we're going to have a partnership with. We're going to sit down with those groups and give them the tech. We're going to do tests. So like one group has the swim buddy concept, a team concept. One group doesn't. You have your own information, and we're going to start testing. And then they're going to provide us feedback. The feedback we get from them, we're going to go to our tech team and say, this is the feedback we're getting. Guys, this sucks. This is good. They want this. And we do sprints. So it's about a 1-month sprint for the tech team to build out the technology. So we take those iterations, then we go back to market. All right, how's it look now, guys and gals? Okay, here's what we learned. We got to remove this. They don't like this anymore. The algorithms is pretty sophisticated, but still like a little off. We go back to the tech team and we keep iterating until we have like a viable product that people would pay for. So I'm also thinking hospital systems. Like, think if you're a doctor and I'm your patient. Historically, we only meet once a month, right? That's you get bill, like insurance, billable, whatever. But if you had all my biometric information and all your patients' biometric information, you can prioritize the threat. Like, who are the people that are struggling? Who do I need to have a conversation with? And oh, by the way, I'm prescribing medicine maybe, or maybe you're not, but let's assume you are. You prescribe a pill. What's the impact that pill's having on them? Now you have all this data in front of you. You can make better decisions.
My mind's going like a fucking 1,000 miles an hour right now. Can you get insurance companies to pay for this?
So there's something called remote patient monitoring. I'm disabled. I'm 100% disabled. Why I share that with you is because we're a small business, disabled-owned veteran business. So there is a couple of things that we're looking at. The VA has contracts for companies. They actually recognize there's an opportunity with tech here. So they're putting out bids for contracts like us. So we have a preference to potentially win those bids, man. But when it comes to insurance, 2 people on our team have had a past business around insurance. How this works is you have a telehealth call. Our algorithm can timestamp the second you have that telehealth call to the second it ends. It's basically just accounting, and then we send that in, and you get reimbursed by the insurance companies for that specific line item. So maybe it's like a check-in call, $40. Cool. You get 2 calls a month to just 15-minute calls to make sure the tech that they're using, maybe they have medical devices used, so you get $20 for those. We timestamp all those. We send you, the doctor, the invoice. You never had these codes before and you were never receiving this money. Now we sent you the invoice. You send it in to the insurance, 30-day reimbursement. We take a cut out of that. So that's one avenue that we've been exploring, because I don't want you to pay for this, man. I really care about you trying to figure out your mental health. I care about people. Like, I don't want to like nickel and dime you, but how do we get the system to pay for it? So that's on us to figure out. And I don't know how to do it yet, but that's one avenue we're exploring. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah. So are these actual, is that it?
No. So this is, so what we did is we're a software company. There's no hardware. So we don't have a device, but what we do have is API, which means we wrote a code that plugs into your Apple Watch, to your Garmin watch, to your wearable tech. And then we worked with doctors like the lead psychiatrist from Walter Reed. We worked with other doctors, and they helped us weight all the biometric information that we were pulling. We rated it into an algorithm, weighted it. And then it runs on big data sets, and we look at like correlation between what we've created and our assumptions and depression and anxiety. And so this algorithm, we need more data, but this is basically telling you when you're well and when you're not. So how we interface with the user is an app. So right now you plug in the app, you have a wearable, it pulls the biometric information, and you have a quick questionnaire if you want, 3 questions. If you want more, you can. Hey, how you doing today? Like, what's your libido feel like? And you just rate it. Our algorithm is taking your biometrics and comparing it against your questionnaire, which is built off of something called a PHQ-9, which is a depression type scale. So it's a medical scale that they use. We whittled it down and reworded it with our doctors, but now your algorithm is looking and saying, okay, this is how they responded. Here's what their biometrics, here's the synergies, here's the correlation. And then you keep using this device long enough, it's starting to learn when you're well and when you're not. When you're not doing well, it alerts you. It alerts your swim buddy if it's worse. In a future state, if you have a doctor you like, we can put the doctor on the platform and it will alert him or her. This whole thing was, it's basically the SFF idea, but we've created a software algorithm which uses machine learning to learn from your behaviors, learn from the biometrics, and then build a community around you.
Wow. Let's talk about the swim buddy method. What did you mean by that?
Yeah. So as you know, in the teams, we all had a swim buddies. You never further than 6 feet apart. Well, when we built this thing, we roll up all the information I mentioned, heart rate variability, and sleep into what we call a mind score. So you get a mind score, and that's your baseline. Over a certain amount of days, you get a baseline, and how it deviates up and down tells you how you're doing. I thought that was the secret sauce. I thought people were going to get excited about that, but we questioned a bunch of veterans, and the thing that they responded to positively most was having a swim buddy. So I was like, well, explain that. We're doing questions, interviews, and they're like, well, I don't need this, and I wouldn't pay for this, but if you tell me I can hop on and help my teammate, I'll do this all day long. And I was like, holy shit. Of course, you're not going to do it for you, but you'll do it for your teammate. And that's essentially what happened. 90% of the people that were on the platform were like, the swim buddy is the best thing you got going. And what that means for us is you guys both have the apps. If you're not doing well, it alerts me if I'm your swim buddy. I get a text, hey, check in on Shawn. Shawn's, mind score decreased by 10 points today. Well, that's odd. That's usually, if it decreases, it's usually 1 or 2 points, not 10, something's up. I pick up the phone and I call you or I text you, what's going on, dude? And you probably lie to my face initially, like we always do. Maybe not. But nevertheless, it's forcing the conversation in the moment.
Damn.
Yeah.
How do you determine who the swim buddy is? Do you take?
You can pick it. It has to be in your iPhone or your Android, so it has to be in your contacts. And in there, you just pick whoever you want. And you can have a team if you want. So I mentioned the doctor, but think of a sports team, man, like a captain. They have all their folks' data on there. So we had a good friend of mine at Oxford. He was a French rugby captain. And he lost his mentor to suicide, and they said nobody saw it coming. So he worked on the project with us. But he wants this for his guys because suicide's pretty big in the sports world, and I didn't realize this. Rugby, they're taking CTE, head injuries. They get out, they lose their purpose. Everything's structured, and then boom, you got to figure it out. So you can have that dashboard, and you can just monitor everybody up to however many people you want. And there's ways to kind of de-identify the data too. So maybe you're a business owner and your employers are like, fuck no, I don't want Shawn to have my data. But you're like, I still want to see how my overall company is doing. We can remove names and just give you trend lines. So your business, maybe this division they're crushing it. Their overall mental health is higher, it keeps increasing, and this one's going down for some reason. You might want to check in with the division there and figure out what's going on. So
is this on market?
Yeah, we're in the app stores. What I would tell everybody is we are in an MVP, which is minimally viable product. We just put it in the app store to prove out the concept. This next iteration, so the next year, we're going to go back to refining everything, and then we'll start investing in making it look nice. Because for me, I don't want to invest in the UI, UX, so the interface, until we understand that this is exactly what people want, and then we can make it look pretty. So we're tight on, $3 million for a startup is not a lot of money. Mm-mm. So we got to be very diligent with that. And I think the strategy that we have of going to these companies, learning from them, reiterating on the tech, and then giving it to the world is the idea.
So is the app?
It's free on the App Store.
It's free. So how does the business make money? How are you going to keep this thing going?
Insurance.
Contracts
with companies. So if If you think first responders again, if we talk about the sheriff's department, we're talking to a sheriff's department in Colorado and one in Wyoming. Suicide rates in those states, Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, are really high. So we're going to go in and provide the tech, the dashboard for them. They would pay us a user fee per user, and we sell tranches. So maybe it's 20 blocks of users. They pay us, and then we provide support for them in support in the mental health of their communities.
Shit.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Yeah. Dude, it's
So
everything.
what happens if 250,000 people that watch this episode go to the App Store and download the app? Does that do anything? Does that get the needle moving?
That's a great question, Shawn. I would say if they did that, absolutely. But you're on a journey with us right now, right? Like, so my ask would be, don't download the app and judge us out of the gate. Like, help us build this app to be exactly what you want for your mental health. Like, we're on this journey together, and I've always built companies like that, or businesses or nonprofits like that. So you sense the hesitation, but at the same time, if people are willing to be like, yeah, I'll download the app and provide feedback and stick with you as you grow and trust that you're going to figure this out, then join the app. If not, then,
So you hear that? If you download the app, you're helping develop the product. It's not quite ready yet.
Yeah.
So don't get pissed if it doesn't work perfectly right off the bat.
Yeah. But you know what does work perfectly, dude? Well, it's not perfect. The swim buddy aspect of it. So that shit's real, man. Like, that works right now. So be prepared. Like, if you're going to sign up for this and you're going to put your best friend on there or your spouse or your kid, like whatever it is, it's not sexy again. Like, the user interface isn't beautiful. So don't think of us as an Apple. We're a small startup and I'm a team guy. I'm not a tech dude, but we'll figure this out. I promise you that. But when your buddy's not doing well, like, be prepared to actually step up. So don't download this app if you really are not prepared to help your friends, right? Because that's a big commitment. We all say we want to help, but the second you get the alert, like, okay, now what do I do, right? And that's the next phase of the business, is we're introducing solutions.
What is the name of the app?
INVI Mindhealth. INVI Mindhealth. Yeah.
So if I go and I download this right now,
Yep.
and I have I'll say my wife's my swim buddy, and I have her download this, and I get this into my Apple Watch. We can set it up so that my wife is going to get an alert when my biometrics have a sudden change,
Yep.
and vice versa.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
It's that simple, dude.
No
and
shit.
the algorithm isn't 100% yet. We're doing some other cool things with voice, like pitch. I'll come back to that. But we worked with these doctors. We're weighting the algorithm. We're testing the algorithm. We need people to use the app for the algorithm to learn, right? That's how these things work. So if 250,000 people downloaded this thing, like, this algorithm be like, we got like 600 users on the platform right now, right? Since we launched. So it's like slowly learning. 250,000 people, it's going to start learning a shit ton if you use it. If you use it for a day and then give it up, then it's not. But by you downloading and sticking with it and sticking with us, it's going to help. We start iterating, we start learning, we start getting closer to more accurate to how you behave, because how you behave is different than me. This isn't a generic algorithm. This is an algorithm for Shawn. This is an algorithm for Johnny, because our mental health journey is different. And then it starts learning with you, and it starts recommending things for you too. So we're not at that phase yet, but we're going to introduce solutions next, right? So think breath work, like you got to step out of the room or something like that. Think medicine, plant medicine. We can introduce that as hey, you're about to do a plant medicine journey. Let's measure the impact that has on Shawn. And now we can start learning the algorithm. We'll say, okay, historically, when Shawn Ryan isn't doing well in this scenario, he's tried X, Y, Z. His biometrics increased when he did X, Y, and Z, they actually decreased. And it starts learning what works for you, man. And the future state of this, where I want to take this, and my dream is something there's a tagline in medicine called personalized medicine. So now the AI interface, the algorithm is basically learning what works for you, and then it recommends the thing that works for you best in that situation.
So you basically have a functional doctor in your notifying
That's the direction
you
we're
all the
headed,
time,
man. Yeah.
telling you what's best for you.
And dude, we can introduce humans, because I do believe like the swim buddy is a really powerful tool, right? But maybe we're over our skis and me trying to help you. Like the shit that you're going through is too complex. Like I'm not a doctor, right? It could scale up if we wanted to a provider. So yes, we have the machine learning AI component of this. It's helping you. It's recommending things for you. But sometimes you just need to talk to your fucking doctor, and we can get a doctor on that platform for you, like your doctor if you wanted. So again, we're super early stage as a startup. We're 2 years into building the technology, but we just raised some money and we're going to keep going at it. You know how resilient we are, and we're going to learn from the communities that we support. And I've already seen the end state of this, man. Like I've dreamed about this. I shared that with you over breakfast, just kind of like how you shared about this. We will figure out this problem, man. It is one worth figuring out. Like mental health is suicides, depression, anxiety. Like there's billions of people suffering from some mental health disorder, dude. We got to do better, and we're not going to stop till we improve it.
Man, that is, you are one innovative son of a bitch. That is, wow.
Thank you, man.
That's impressive, brother.
We got a great team. It's not me. I stumbled into this at the nonprofit, and we got an awesome former CEO of a healthcare company. She's tremendous. I got a guy that gave up everything from business school, James Smith, gave up his life. This dude was making a ton of money, believed in this so much. He's in. We got a former NASA engineer, our tech guy. The tech team is tremendous. They've worked on projects with Disney and Carnival Cruise Line and remotes. Like, we have a new doctor an ER doctor that came on that's passionate about health. Like, dude, we are going to figure this out. I promise you that, Shawn.
Man, what about, how does it work? Are you taking investors?
Yeah.
This is something I have no experience in.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, you need another 1.2 million,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So how does it work?
Well, I appreciate you asking. I don't know how to, like, for us, we're in our seed raise right now, which means we're raising that other 1.2, right? We just opened the window. I'm out there, like, we're out there raising money. I'm out there talking to investors. We have a pretty good Rolodex. So yeah, if there's people, like, we're raising money that are, investors, people that have like VCs or groups like that, we're actually kind of keeping it close to people. We're not going down the VC path, venture capitalist path quite yet. We're staying close to just like high net worth individuals that have a passion for this. So one guy that's investing, his wife works at the VA. She's a nurse, and she does the telehealth call specifically for mental health. So she's helping us think through this problem set. She's passionate about it. He's passionate about it. Another guy, his family struggle with mental health in their family. Another guy that's potentially investing, he's going to invest a big amount, lost his daughter to suicide last year. So we want people that believe in us, that are successful, that can help us take it to the next level. And then, support, educate us, tell us what's working, what's not. Like, we're small. We're trying to figure out the social media game. I suck at social media, dude. Holy fuck, I suck. But we'll probably bring somebody on to manage that and kind of share all the successes and failures that we're having and provide that feedback. If there's people that care about this space and want to help, like, reach out. Like, we would be honored. I don't know how else to ask, brother, but I appreciate you asking me.
Yeah, it's important. You got to get the capital to get this thing going.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Man, is there anything else this thing does? This is incredible, man.
Oh, dude. Voice. Ready for this?
Yeah, let's hear this.
So Right now it's 13 seconds, but with you talking for 13 seconds, we ran an algorithm against pitch on a big data set. So data sets are like universities, and there's like organizations like the English, the London, I don't think it's the London, I forgot the proper terminology, but they have big medical data sets. This one particular has information on around depression, anxiety. So they had patients fill out forms, but they also recorded them. So you have tens of thousands of people that did that. Well, dude, this AI it learns fast, right? The algorithm that we have learns fast. So with a 13-second clip, dude, we can tell if you're depressed or not.
Wow.
13 seconds, man. And we're at 80 some odd % accurate right now, which isn't good enough, right? Like we got to get more accurate than that. But like, what are the applications that we can use that for, right? Like, the easy one is the doctor. Like you're having a conversation, telehealth, it runs the algorithm in the background. It tells hey, Shawn Rhines, your patient's depressed today. Here's the back data because they're wearing the wearable. Here's the back data on what they've been. Their baseline's down significant and they're depressed. Great. I know something's off. Let's have a conversation. What's going on, Shawn? It's saying you're down, you're depressed today. What's up? Let's just cut to the chase and stop bullshitting, right?
Yeah.
That's one aspect. And the one I think about is children, right? Like I have 5 kids. That's important. My son, he's thriving now, but there was a time during COVID when he was a freshman in high school where he suffered immensely. Like my wife and I were sleeping outside of his door thinking he was going to harm himself, man. It was not a pretty time in our relationship, in our family relationship. And I wonder about that application. Like now we know something's off. All the bullying taking place, like all these parents are like losing kids because they didn't see it coming. Well, maybe now we can see it coming because we can tell if they're getting bullied in school because we can tell if they're depressed. We can run algorithms on, dude, almost anything. Social media, like we can run algorithms in the background to see how you're behaving on it, how people are behaving towards you, if you're being bullied. Same thing with the app, like how frequently you use an app. Like that's important information. What app are you using? Normally you're doing your meditation app and all of a sudden you stop. You're looking at like your screen. Like it can tell how hard you're pressing on your screen. So maybe you're pissed off. Dude, it's endless possibilities. We're going to start small with kind of the biometrics, but buddy, there's so many different, we got to be smart about where we go, but there's a lot of applications to really help with mental health and beyond, dude, not just mental health, but we're going to focus on mental health.
Man, that's really something, man.
Yeah.
That is very innovative.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. And I mentioned, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I mentioned we started, when I left the SEAL Future Foundation, we started another nonprofit. Like a few of us ran a race last year to raise money for that nonprofit. It's called the Invisible Wounds Foundation. And that was stood up to help first responders, law enforcement, to all the other communities, like the Marine Grunt, the Army, infantry, like this is for everybody else. Not just team guys, not just special forces, this is for everybody else. And so last year, a bunch of us ran and swam 211 miles. Eddie was one of them. But we raised a bunch of money, and what the foundation does is it helps with research. So we're going to do research with INVI, but we're going to do research around mental health, TBI, PTSD, and we're going to pay for these different groups to go through and receive treatment with universities, and then INVI is going to measure that. So that nonprofit is it's up and it's supporting in that capacity, but it's also helping people with treatment too. So if people want some innovative treatment, there's an opportunity for us to support them. But we raised a good amount last year. I don't know, did you hear about the Monster Mash?
Eddie had mentioned it to me.
Okay. So we ended up doing, we're supposed to skydive in, but it's super windy in Montana, so we jumped in. And there was a couple team guys, a Green Beret, and a civilian ran part of it with us. So we took helos and we jumped into the river in Montana and we swam 10 miles. And it's cold. This is November. I will say that 10 miles went by in an hour because we had the fastest current, dude. Like, we were just... Yeah, so people hear 10 miles, like, holy shit, you got to swim 10 miles. Like, we didn't swim. Like, we were like pinballs in a river.
We floated.
Yeah. And then we all got out, and then we proceeded over the next couple of days to crush out the walk run. And it was awesome, dude. Like, I needed that for my own mental health to get put in the ringer again and do it with good buddies, right? Like, so Eddie was there, another buddy, Aaron, James. There's a bunch of good dudes. One guy, I won't share his name. He doesn't like me sharing it, but he was a damn nice dude and a good friend of mine. He jumped out of the helo and broke his foot and still ran the whole thing.
Damn. That's badass.
Yeah. But then we wrapped up on Veterans Day and did a big dinner in Sheridan, Wyoming, and raised a good amount of money for the nonprofit, man. So
Good.
yeah.
Good for you. So I know my audience and they're going to want to help. So what can they do?
Yeah. Well, if you are one of the groups that we talked about, or if you're struggling with mental health, like, reach out. The website is invimh.com. That stands for invimindhealth.com. Like, sign up. Like, do this with us, man. I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew I was suffering, man. You heard my story. There's a lot of us suffering out there, and we got to change that stigma, dude. And so let's build this thing together for us, and download the app, mess with the app, give us feedback on the app. If you're an investor, cool, like, reach out. We'd be honored to have a conversation with you. But this isn't a shakedown. I'm not trying to take money from folks. We just want good people that care about this mission and want to get behind us. Is that fair?
That's fair, man.
Yeah.
That's solid work you're doing. You know, even just, you got a hell of a story, man. Thank you for sharing it. And, I mean, even just you setting because SEAL Future Foundation is a big organization. And for you to just set that down, I mean, that's big. That's setting a lot of pride down and for something that's bigger.
Yeah.
And I mean, that couldn't have been easy to do. I know that's got to be your baby, and good on you.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate that.
Some tough decisions, but
Yeah. That young crew that's in there is solid.
That's
the
good.
board that those are my friends. Like, that board is solid. They're like senior executive CEOs. Like, that organization is doing tremendous things and doing way more than I ever could have, right? Like, the one thing I loved about the teams, I didn't like a lot, but one of the things I loved about it was, like, change of command every few years, right? Like, it gives fresh energy, vigor, new perspective, and at some point I'll turn over INVI too once we build it into a monster. Mark my words on that, man. Like, because I want to do what you want to do. I want to sit in my place in the mountains, your place out here in the farm, and enjoy my family and all the good work that we've done.
there's nothing more important than that.
Yeah.
You know, you can have everything in the world, but it doesn't mean shit if you don't have anybody to share it with.
That's right, dude.
And, well, Johnny, man, it's an honor to know you, man. It's, I didn't know you at all. I didn't even know what you looked like, you know what I mean, before this morning. And man, I'm really happy that we met. And, I'm honored to get your story out there. And, this is phenomenal. INVI is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're just getting started, brother. And
Yeah,
same
man.
right back at you, man. Thank you for everything you're doing and how you empower others like me. It's an honor, man.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Best of luck to you.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.